Okay, shalom everybody. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shabbat shalom. If I'm not mistaken, today is the last official day. This is the convocation day of the Feast of Tabernacles. So, it's obviously a Sabbath anyway. So this is a Sabbath literal and the last convocation day of the Feast of Tabernacles. Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out Stream of Wisdom Houston, Stream of Wisdom Rochester, Stream of Wisdom Norfolk. Yes, sir.
Would it be a high holiday because it's a Shabbat day?
It's a convocation, yes. So it started last night and it ends tonight, Saturday night. So once again, hope everybody's doing well. And we had our week off last week from Sabbath because of our gathering in LaGrange. So hope everybody's doing well. We're going to have a good class today for y'all. The title of the class is The Idolatrous Reign of King Zedekiah. We're going to be going into a lot of the intricacies of what was going on idolatry-wise when Zedekiah was in power and leadership. But before we go into that, we're going to send our prayers up. So, Ariana Majim, we'll play Yerushalayim. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa. Nothing to know. A war. Zay one. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa. Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayachaka. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
All right. Imagine we're playing at Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
I got
yes, sir.
it.
Okay, sir. All right.
All right.
121.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Hawa. Nothing to know. Shabbat. Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Hohoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yehovah. Sha'aisha. Shemon. Wa'aratiza. La'ab. Yonathan. Ramawat. Regalia. Yala'ab. Nawam. Shashamoya. Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, your son, Sheshuamah, Yeshua, Yehovah, Shemaya, Yehovah, Tizaria, Al, Yanyamya, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayarum, Wala'a, Harabana, Balayara, Yehovah, Yeshemaya, Makal, Ray, Yeshemah, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashmo, Awalakia, Rabuaya, Ma'aitha, Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israel Credo. Shema Yahshua, Yehovah, Eloheinu, Yehovah, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yehovah, Eloheinu, Yehovah, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yehovah, Eloheinu, Yehovah, Echad.
Israelite Creole in English. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Taba'ah, Watazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Korah, Hayah, Bayawah, I'm sorry. Hashemayim, Netanel, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachano, Kol Watino, Kasalachano, Kol Watino, Wala'ah, Tabianoah, Bodhisattva, Abo, Kawashano, Mayed, Ray, Kaya, Laka, Namrakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapa'arat, La'awalamya. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Say commandments. La'ayah, Laka, Alahayah, Achoyah, Ayah, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah, Ta'ina, Laka, Pasor, Wala'ah, Ta'ibado.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
La'ah, Falach, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Zakor, Ayawam, Hashabat, La Qurashwa.
Remember the seventh day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah, Faratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
La'ah, Fana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah, Faganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah, Fa'ina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah, Fachamat. Asherah. La'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, you shopping?
Nobody see it?
Right. Check it, AC. It's kind of hot.
Yes.
No,
Cooler.
it's kind of hot.
You want to get hotter? Like, no, thank you. No. What's that?
No.
When I got here, it was on. I had to cool it off. Like, what's going on here? It's only 70 degrees.
70, yeah.
That's my point. This is lukewarm weather.
70 feel like 50.
Yeah, some people are just warm-blooded, bro. It's not me, bro. I can't. I know I make people suffer because I'm not. I apologize. I know that it's super cold in the back. I know it is. Because that cool, it's like the cooler goes back than the forward. It's cooler in the back than the forward. It's the truth. So my apologies, but hey, man, I gotta do what I gotta do, man. At the same time. So once again, hope everybody's doing well. We're gonna get back on track with the Sabbath classes. 2 weeks ago, we went into King Zedekiah. It was kind of quick. He was only in power for 3 months. And just a quick recap. It was 597 BC, December, when King Jehoiakim. King Jehoiakim got taken out and sent to Babylon in December of 597 BC. And then 3 months later, his son, King Jeconiah, got taken around March of 590. Well, I'm going to say this. 598. I'm sorry. December of 598 was when Jehoiakim got taken over. March of 597 was when Jeconiah got taken over. When that happened, what ended up happening afterwards was when Nebuchadnezzar came back, he sat back and put into power Zedekiah, which was Jeconiah's uncle. I know it's confusing. We'll get into it again. But it was Jeconiah's uncle and Jehoiakim's brother. Zedekiah was it was the last son, if I'm not mistaken, of Josiah, of the past King Josiah. So with that being said, we're going to kind of go into how he wrote, what he allowed to happen. At least this is going to be a few weeks of class because this is another 11-year span. When Jehoiakim was in power, he had 11 years. Jeconiah had 3 months. Zedekiah has 11 years also. So we're going to go into a few weeks of how the spirit of the entire nation was really diminished. And we're going to go back. We're going to revisit Jeremiah 24, which talks about the evil figs and the good figs again. Because it's really important to understand that the people that remained in Jerusalem were evil figs. And were the people that the Most High had already kind of given up on. But he still gave them 11 years to kind of make things right. So, without further ado, let's go to 2 Kings chapter 24, verse 17 through 20. We're going to talk about Mawala. 2 Kings chapter 24, verse 17 through 20. We are going to need Josephus in a bit, so just know that also. 2 Kings chapter 24, verse 17 through 20. Mawala, let's get you saluted.
Mawala.
Sure.
Mawala. Shah Shabbatah. Ba Yahweh. Ba Yashral.
Mawala. Sure Shabbatah. Ban Yahweh. Ban Yashral. Imagine. Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
All right. Shabbatah. Let's get back into it. Shalom, shalom, everybody online. Let's get rocking.
Come.
Yes.
2 Kings chapter 24 and verse 17 reads.
Yep.
And the king of Babylon made Mataniah.
Salaki.
And the king of Babylon made Mataniah, his father's brother, king in his stead.
His father's brother, meaning Jeconiah's father's brother. King in Jeconiah's stead. Read on.
And changed his name to Zedekiah.
And we mentioned that a lot. That when new kings came into power, they changed their name. It established ownership. It was a power move. Where I got to change your name, and everybody got to call you by this name now. It was a straight power move. Okay, but this is what happened at that time when kings had become vassals to more powerful nations. Read on.
Verse 18. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign.
And he wasn't a very mature 21, as we're going to read in a little bit. He was a very young and inexperienced 21. Read on.
And he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was...
So that... Okay, I'm sorry.
And his mother's name was Hamatul, the daughter of Jeremiah of Lebanon.
No, it's Libnah.
Libnah.
And that's not Jeremiah. That's not our Jeremiah, because he's from Anatolia, okay, which is in the land of Benjamin. That was where his jurisdiction was. So this is another Jeremiah, and this woman, Hamatula, or Hamutal, was the wife of Josiah. Okay, read on.
And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, according to all that Jehoiakim had done.
So he was just as wicked as King Jehoiakim. But it's going to go into details in this next chapter that there were still even differences in Jehoiakim's wickedness and Zedekiah's wickedness. Okay, they were both wicked, but we're going to see that there was difference in calibers of the men. Read on.
For through the anger of the Lord it came to pass in Jerusalem
and Judah until he had cast them out from his presence, that Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon.
Listen, Zedekiah rebelled against king of Babylon, and for this 11-year period of time, he was rebelling against the Most High like it wasn't nothing. But when we got towards the end, I would say on the 7th year, is when he started rebelling against Babylon, and that was the beginning of the end for him again. And we'll go into all that rebelling against Babylon part later on. He made the same mistake Zedekiah made. Jehoiakim made as far as his rebellion towards Babylon. But before that, we're going to go on today about his rebellion towards the Heavenly Father and what kind of caliber man he was. So we're going to hold this, or let this go for now. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 19. We're going to read the entire chapter. Ezekiel chapter 19 kind of gives us an understanding and an idea of what we're dealing with people-wise.
Ezekiel chapter 19 reads, Moreover, take thou up a lamentation for the princes of Israel.
Take a lamentation up for the princes of Israel. Okay, read on.
And say, What is thy mother? A lioness. She lay down among lions. She nourished her whelps among young lions.
Okay, so she was nourishing her young amongst Israel. Read on.
And she brought up one of her whelps. It became a young lion, and it learned to catch the prey. It devoured men.
So listen, this is still talking about that woman. Make sure I got her name right. This is talking about that woman named Hamutal. Okay, so this woman Hamutal brought up one of her whelps. It became a young lion, and it learned to catch the prey. It devoured men. The first son that Hamutal had was Shalom. Okay, remember when Josiah went to war against King Necho? And King Necho said, I don't want to have to fight with you. My beef was with Babylon. Josiah got in the way, got killed by arrows. Necho went up to Assyria, fought at Carchemish. The Assyrians lost. As Necho came down, he came down to the land of Syria. And then he ended up calling for Shalom to meet him so they could have a discussion. As they met Shalom, King Necho flim-flammed him and sat back here and captured him and sent him down to Egypt, and he began to be a captive until he died in Egypt. So keep that in mind and read verse 3 again.
And she brought up one of her whelps. It became a young lion, and it learned to catch the prey.
Now King Shalom was only in power for 3 months. But let's keep going.
It devoured men. The nations also heard of him. He was taken in their pit, and they brought him with chains unto the land of Egypt.
So who was this? This was King Shalom of the princes of Israel that got brought in chains unto the land of Egypt. Okay, it was prophesied. Jeremiah prophesied it before it happened, and it literally happened. Okay, read on.
Now,
and his name was changed to Jehoaz. It was Shalom. It was changed to Jehoaz by King Necho. Read on.
Now, when she saw that she had waited and her hope was lost.
So this is talking about that mother, the mother of these princes, this lioness, when she realized that her son was lost to the Egyptian empire. Read on.
Then she took another of her whelps and made him a young lion.
The next son that came into power now was Jehoiakim. Okay, read on.
And he went up and down among the lions. He became a young lion and learned to catch the prey and devoured men.
And listen, and this next king ended up devouring men. Remember we read about how ruthless Jehoiakim was? Mm-hmm. Remember he wanted his whole house candy red out?
Yeah, is that
he wanted his whole house candy red, and he sat back here and made all the people build him a new house as soon as he got into power and didn't give them wages.
It's called wainscoting. is when you put that wood paneling in the house.
You gotta say candy, man, because that's what he wanted. He wanted a candy red eye. So listen. So it said this next young lion learned to catch the prey and devoured men, and this was Jehoiakim. Okay, read on.
Come. And he knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities. And the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof by the noise of his warning.
So what's happening is it says, and he knew their desolate palaces, not places. He knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities. This lion, Jehoiakim, just took advantage of his people and his people's resources and the needs of his people. Okay, read on.
And laid waste their cities, and the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof by the noise of his roaring.
When it says the noise of his roaring, his authoritative nature, his taking nature, that spirit in him that we're just going to use and manipulate because of his authority and his position. There's no doubt Jehoiakim was a wicked king, but he wasn't weak. He was authoritative, and he took and he manipulated to get what he wanted. I wouldn't even say manipulative, because he didn't come off like a manipulative person. He was just a taking, roaring, anti-person. Yes, sir.
Is it almost like a dictator?
Yes.
Dictatorship?
Yeah. Okay. And just to kind of like paint a picture in our terms. Hold this. We're going back here. Go to Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha, chapter 4 and 30. It kind of gives more clarity to this verse. Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and 30.
Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 30 reads, Be not as a lion in thy house.
Be not as a lion in your house. Now this makes a lot more sense as to what the hell this is talking about. Because when we're sitting back here in Ezekiel chapter 19, and we're reading about how Jehoiakim was a lion in his house. He was a lion in his nation. About how he took advantage of the people. It was a relationship of all take, no give, no consideration, not putting himself in the servant's position. That's what being a lion in your own house is. Say, for instance, if you have a wife that's serving you, her job is to serve. But am I supposed to sit back here and take advantage of the servitude? Am I supposed to sit back here and run a person to the ground? No. But that's what Israel be sometimes. Give me meat. Give me plates. Serve me. Clean my house. Chop, chop. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. Years ago, I used to see brothers do some really extreme stuff because they had the power to do so. And people just had to adjust because they had the leverage and power. When we're sitting back here and we're reading about King Jehoiakim being a lion, he was taking advantage of people that didn't have the power to stand up for themselves, that didn't have the power to say no. So when we're sitting back and connecting this concept to Ecclesiastes chapter 4, it's the same point. Don't be a lion in your own house. It's not being overly assertive on people just because you can.
And being intimidated for the sake of being intimidated. Because to push that authority line, you have to project intimidation, which gives those small elements of violence if you don't comply.
Well, it's also it's not just intimidation; it's actual. There's going to be some consequence, repercussions.
Exactly, it's going to be some.
Don't forget. Remember,
it's going to happen.
Remember when Jeremiah said that? Not Jeremiah, but there was other priests that were debating if they should kill Jeremiah. They said, "Don't forget, when there was another prophet that went against King Jehoiakim, this dude sat back here and chased him into Egypt, brought him back to Jehoiakim, and got murdered in front of him." That's the kind of king he was. He wasn't playing. And if you didn't sit back here and show the ultimate obedience, you were getting destroyed. So this is what being a lion is. It's intimidation and it's literal fear that you're instilling in your household or in your school, in your camp. That's what not being a lion in your own household is. Not having straight fear and dread when people come home every day, when people come to the school every day.
Yeah.
Idi Amin mentality.
Yeah, very much so.
Kinda.
That's real.
So this is what in this prophecy or this explanation about the kings of the sons of Josiah. Give me verse 7 again in Ezekiel chapter 19.
Con. Ezekiel chapter 19, verse 7. And he knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities.
So he just made a desolate, broken nation even more desolate and broken. He didn't sit back and give anything to the people.
You harbor the resources.
And you just take. Because don't forget, normally when a nation is under sanctions, everybody has to suffer the consequences. When a nation is being put into a state of subjugation and becoming vassals, everybody has to suffer. The way Jehoiakim had it is, I'm going to still live at this level of comfortability. Everybody else is going to suffer even more. I'm going to take resources, time, work. All the great kings reinvested back into their country. Rebuilt walls, reestablished infrastructure, strengthened the military, created industrious scenarios to thrive the economy. That's what great kings did. This guy just took, and just what was like a natural resource thief. Okay?
Like those third world countries, they have those bad governments and bad presidents rob the people blind.
Rob broke countries already.
Yeah, it's already broken.
Okay.
They're gonna sit here and just take and live a great life.
Well, even the scripture calls that. Remember we read about it a while ago about the leaders of certain churches were referred to as economic parasites.
Economic parasites, yeah.
Because those individuals just took, and whatever resource, the finite resources that were there, they wouldn't use those resources to create stability. They would just sit back and diminish the little that was already there. But that was what Jehoiakim was doing in a time of scarcity. Give me verse 7 again.
And he knew their desolate palaces, and he laid waste their cities. And the land was desolate, and the fullness thereof, by the noise of his roaring.
She says the land was desolate by the noise of his roaring. All the taking and ordering and fear-mongering. There was nothing left to take. Read on.
Then the nations set against him on every side from the provinces, and spread their net over him. He was taken in their pit.
This is talking about 598 BC, when Nebuchadnezzar and all the countries that were, the other countries that were vassals to Nebuchadnezzar, came and surrounded King Jehoiakim in December of 598 BC and captured him and bound him, and he was taken in their pit, meaning sent to their jail in Babylon. Okay? This chapter 19 is giving us all the up-to-date history leading us up to the present king Zedekiah. Okay? Read on.
And they put him in ward, in chains.
And they put him in jail in bracelets and chains. That's how they put Jake. We'll put you on some bracelets, B. Anyway, keep going.
And brought him to the king of Babylon.
There you go.
They brought him into holds, that his voice should no more be heard upon the mountains of Israel.
Okay, now listen. You can sit back here and take this one or two ways. You can take this as Jehoiakim and Jehoiachin on the last part, because Jehoiachin, it was prophesied. Jehoiachin was Jehoiakim's son. And he was the one that was sent to Babylon, and he was never heard of again. Okay? Now, once again, we've talked about this a few weeks ago, that Jehoiakim, it was rumored he died in Israel, or he was sent to Babylon and sent back to Israel, and he died in Israel. Okay? But let's continue. Read verse 10 again, if you can.
Verse 9.
I said verse 10 again.
Okay, verse 10. I never read verse 10.
Okay, read verse 9 then.
Come. And they put him in ward, in chains, and brought him to the king of Babylon. They brought him into holes, that his voice should no more be heard upon the mountains of Israel. Thy mother is like a vine in thy blood, planted by the waters. She was fruitful and full of branches by reason of many waters.
Josiah's wife was fruitful. She had many kids. So there was another son that could survive and thrive after Jehoiakim and then eventually Jehoiachin. Read on.
Verse 11. And she had strong rods for the scepters of them that bear rule.
Mm-hmm.
And her stature was exalted among the thick branches. And she appeared in her height with the multitude of her branches. But she was plucked up in fury. She was cast down to the ground.
So listen, this wife, this mother, at this particular point, was plucked up in fury. She was cast down to the ground. Read on.
And the east wind dried up her fruit.
Don't forget, last week, remember when Nebuchadnezzar came back in the spring and they surrounded Jerusalem again? Jeconiah, her third son, came out, but he brought his mama with him. Remember that? We talked about it? He brought his mama and his wife with him up out in front of the gates. And they said, we ain't going to do nothing, B. Just let us in. And they went in and they captured them all and they killed people. And they took like 10,000 of their best, most industrious people and sent them to the east. This is what this is talking about. She was plucked up in fury. She was cast down to the ground. And the east wind dried up her fruit. She was sent to Babylon along with her third son, Jeconiah, at this time.
That's 597.
Yeah, no, that's 598. Yeah, I'm sorry. 597. 598 was when Jeconiah got killed. 597 was when she got sent out. Read on.
And the east wind dried up her fruit, and her strong rods were broken and withered.
Okay.
The fire consumed her, and now she is planted in the wilderness, in a dry and thirsty ground.
So she was sent out. Now she's in Babylon. Read on.
And fire is gone out of a rod of her branches, which have devoured her fruit, so that she have no strong rod to be a scepter to rule.
So now there's no other strong leader. Scepters is always talking about leadership. So now at this time, once Jeconiah is gone, Jehoiakim's gone, there's no other strong kings to take over and keep Israel strong. Don't forget, around this time in Ezekiel, you're still dealing with what's happening in Ezekiel was happening simultaneously as the time of Zedekiah's empire. So as Zedekiah has gotten to power for 11 years, in between that 11-year period, to be honest with you, Ezekiel starts after around the 6th year of Zedekiah's reign. So Ezekiel is kind of going into 5 years of what's happening towards the tail end of Jeconiah's empire. Of Zedekiah's empire. So what you're reading here is the confirmation that Zedekiah, the last king, is a weak king. The scepter was departing, the power was departing from the Davidic line through Zedekiah. Okay? So give me verse 14 again.
Come. Ezekiel chapter 19, verse 14 reads, And fire is gone out of a rod of her branches, which have devoured her fruit, so that she have no strong rod to be a scepter to rule. This is a lamentation, and shall be for a lamentation.
It's a lamentation for the nation that there's no more strong leadership amongst the nation during this time, where the only way the southern kingdom is going to get out of this predicament was to have a strong leader that can galvanize the people together. That was the only way we can get out of this jacked situation. Remember, we're about to read again about in Jeremiah 24 all the weak of the nation was left in Jerusalem. And because the weak of the nation was left, he needed somebody strong that could spiritually galvanize the rest of these weak people, but the king was weak. He didn't have it in him to galvanize Israel. We're going to read that. So we're going to let this go and go now to Jeremiah chapter 24, verse 1 through 10. Jeremiah chapter 24.
Come.
1 second. I'm just trying to get it myself too. Okay. Jeremiah 24 verse 1.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 24 verse 1 reads, The Lord shewed me, and behold, 2 baskets of figs were set before the temple of the Lord. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away captive Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and the princes of Judah, with the carpenters and smiths from Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. 1 basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are first ripe, and the other basket had very naughty figs, which could not be eaten, they were so bad. Then said the Lord unto me, What seest thou, Jeremiah? And I said, Figs, the good figs, very good, and the evil, very evil, that cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Again, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the power of Israel, like these good figs, so will I acknowledge them that are carried away captive of Judah.
So the Israelites, they got sent to Babylon on the first 2 runs were referred to as good figs. Okay? The Israelites that got sent off in 598 in December, 597 in March, they were good figs, which means they were just salvageable figs. Because we all were sinning. But those first 2 sets that got sent to Babylon, they were salvageable figs that can be worked on, can be punished, and can be restored. Okay? Read on.
Come, whom I have sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans for their good.
The funny thing is, the Most High says being sent in slavery early was good for them, versus being sent and destroyed in Babylon. This is how the Most High thinks. It's very important that we understand this. This type of suffering is better than that type of suffering. You're going to suffer one way or the other. Okay? Let's continue.
For I will set my eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them again to this land, and I will build them, and not pull them down, and I will plant them, and not pluck them up. So
the Most High was like, these good figs, I can work with them. I can take this. He's like us. If we can get stung and be humbled enough to be adjusted, the Most High calls us good. Most High only calls us evil when we can't take a check, when we can't get rerouted, we can't get readjusted. So it's not about how perfect we are versus how flawed we are. Are we humble enough to stay moldable, adaptable, changeable? That's more important than anything. Okay? Read on.
Verse 7. And I will give them a heart to know me, that I am the Lord, and they shall be my people, and I will be their power, for they shall return unto me with their whole heart.
And that's what ends up happening, at least a handful of them, when we got back from Babylon after 70 years, during the time of Reconstruction, when the king of Persian and Mede Empire, Cyrus, brings us back and allows us to reestablish our temple, and allows us to take all the items that we lost and get put back into the temple. Read on.
Verse 8. And as the evil fig,
read on,
which cannot be eaten, they shall They are so evil. Surely thus saith the Lord, so will I give Zedekiah the king of Judah and his princes and the residue of Jerusalem that remain in this land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt.
So what the Mosiah is calling Zedekiah a what? An evil fig. He can't do nothing with him. So not only is he weak and has lost his potency, he's also wicked and evil and can't be molded into a righteous position. Okay? So this is when you connect it back to Ezekiel 19, is letting us know, hey, he wasn't even as strong in his negative as Jehoiakim was. He wasn't potent and dominant, and he's unmoldable. Okay? So it says, so will I give Zedekiah the king of Judah and his princes and the residue of Jerusalem and them that dwell in the land of Egypt. The ones that were there before and the ones that were ended up leaving Israel when they knew bad tidings was coming. He says, they're going to sit back, and these people I can't work with. And as we read later on, it's going to tell you what's going to happen. Read on.
Verse 9. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt.
So now he's like, these people, they're not coming back to Jerusalem. They're going to be sent out, and they're going to be out here and spread out for their hurt. Think about this. What does it mean that they're going to be spread out for their hurt? Does anybody know what that means?
The affliction that they're going to have to suffer. Like
Well, what type of affliction? That's what I'm trying to find out.
It's tall, like work, how severe, like the rule is going to be towards them, stuff like that.
Being removed from that homeland.
Being divided to hurt.
Well, let's do this. Let's go to Ephesians chapter 2. This is, listen, I'm not saying there was no affliction when they initially got put into captivity in different lands. But ultimately, matter of fact, go to 2 and 11 and work your way down.
God.
This is what this verse is really saying when it says for their hurt. Read on. Matter of fact, before you go there, finish off Jeremiah 24 and 9.
God. Jeremiah chapter 24, verse 9. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt, to be a reproach and a proverb, a talk and a curse in all places where the eye shall drive them.
Now go to 2 and 11 and 12 of Ephesians.
Come. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 11 reads, Wherefore, remember that ye be in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hand.
We were proverbs and taunted and hated. We were those Israelites that were spread around the world calling ourselves Scythians, calling ourselves Greeks, calling ourselves Romans, calling ourselves Cretians, calling ourselves Carthaginians, calling ourselves later on I'm trying to think of the first nation that Julius Caesar took out. Calling ourselves the Gauls.
Yeah. Macedonia.
Well, that was the Greeks, but I'm talking about the Gauls, which were in France and Germany.
Okay.
Having all these different names of different people, we were disconnected from who we are. We were called proverbs, different names. We were given different names. We lost connection of our identity. That is a curse. That's the biggest curse you can have. Not knowing who you are. Yes, sir?
That's like being disconnected from your heritage, right?
That's the point. And that's the bigger curse than anything. From your land and your heritage. And that connects us to verse 12. Read on.
That at that time ye were without Christ, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel, and strangers from the covenants of promise, having no hope, and without the Most High and the world.
That was the curse that's being talked about in Jeremiah.
Dang.
You don't have the Most High. You don't got Christ. You're just on your own. You're calling yourself a different name. You're having different dialects of a language that wasn't necessarily yours. You're sitting back here following other gods and religions and beliefs. We were already wicked by nature anyway. So when we left, we sat back here and had a little bit of our own beliefs mixed with all these Babylonian and Assyrian beliefs, these other idols that we held on to while we were operating in Israel and Jerusalem.
And then we assimilated even more.
More to the other peoples out there and got caught in their culture.
It got even worse.
It got worse. That was the curse. Without the Most High in your life, you're just sitting back here walking dead until a greater power wipes you out. That's the greatest curse you can have. Being called an American Negro is the greatest curse you can have. I'm colored. What the hell does that mean? You have no identity, no culture? African American. What the hell does that mean?
That Jesse Jackson came with that term.
Well, I know it's still bad. If it's Jesse Jackson, it's Al, whoever the hell it is, African American, what is that?
Right.
You're just throwing names out there. And we know it. We know the American Persecution part, but there's just no connection and no culture. What the Most High is saying, having a connection to your culture is everything. Having a connection to your creator is everything. Having a connection to your homeland is everything. Because I'm taking these guys off the map, so to speak, off the playing field, so to speak, just like in the 9.5 tribes.
There's a scripture on that too. Malachi chapter 2 verse 1. One through 3. Read that.
Malachi chapter 2, verse 1 reads, "And now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you."
He said, this command is for you, the leaders. Read.
"If ye will not hear, and if ye will not lay it to your heart, to give glory unto my name, saith the Lord of hosts, I will even send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings."
He said, I'm going to curse your blessings. Even the blessings that you should have inherited shall be cursed. Read on.
"Yeah, I have cursed them already."
He said, matter of fact, I've cursed them already. Read on.
"Because ye do not lay it to your heart.
Go ahead.
Behold, I will corrupt your seed."
He said, your children shall suffer. He said, I'm going to make your kids suffer. I'm going to take it out on your children. See, the Most High knows how to punish us to multiple generations. He said, I'm going to take it out on your kids. And what is he going to do to them?
"And spread dung upon your faces."
Yeah, what kind of pie? What kind of pie is in the face?
And a banana cream pie.
That's not a banana cream pie in the face, bro. That's a boo-boo pie in the face.
Yeah.
The Most High said, I'm going to slap you in the face with a pie that you ain't going to like. I'm going to spread it in your face. Read.
It's not coming off your face for a while, lad. It's going to take a while to get it off your face.
My mouth was open.
It's horrible, bro.
"Even the dung of your solemn feasts."
He said, even your celebrations, I'm going to smash them too. They're not going to mean nothing either. Go ahead.
"And one shall take you away with
And he said, and you're going to be taken where? Into captivity. With the pie in your face.
With shame.
With shame. And that's what the Most High does as a punishment when we don't honor his name and follow his commandments.
Yep. And then when we're not moldable anymore.
Yep.
And he's talking about these elders that have been around the Most High long enough to know better.
Yep.
And long enough to know that you have to stay moldable and humble so the Most High can keep working with you. A lot of aged men lose the ability to sit back and learn and adjust and follow and make adjustments. And he calls those type of individuals evil figs.
Their heart gets hard. Like he says in Hebrews. Talking about that heart. Harden not your hearts like in the day of provocation. The Most High reminds us not to have a hard heart. When your heart gets stiff, you get a stiff mind. That mind cannot be shaped anymore. It's like he said, have not the potter power over the clay. You're supposed to stay like soft clay where you could be molded. You could be shaped. You can't be shaped if you've already grown hard. And that's what he's saying. That's constantly a theme throughout the scriptures.
He has to break that pot when it gets too hard.
Break it back down to dust and start over.
With a whole new batch of clay.
Yep.
So this is what's going on. So let's let all that go go back to verse 9 in Jeremiah. Did you have more on that? Did I cut you off? Okay. Go back to verse 9 and 10.
Jeremiah chapter 24, verse 10 reads, "And I will send the sword, the famine, and the pestilence among them, till they be consumed from off the land that I gave unto them and to their fathers."
Now think about this. He says all this hurt and this eventual destruction is going to happen on these evil figs, right? But let's not forget, Zedekiah had 11 years to rule. So the Most High is very fair and just. So Zedekiah and all those princes and people had 11 years to repent before the Most High did all these things to them. So even with all these curses and bad tidings, he gave us time to make an adjustment. This concept reminds me of Luke chapter 13. Changed up how they do this, man. They got to do extra typing now. Luke 13, verse 6 through 9.
You ready?
Nope. Luke 13.
Oh, yeah.
Now listen, don't forget. Jeremiah 24 is talking about evil figs and good figs. So let's read Luke 13 and 6.
Luke chapter 13, verse 6 reads, "He spake also this parable. A certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard.
We're still dealing with these fig trees. Read on.
And he came and sought fruit thereon, and found none."
Listen, he didn't find any fruit, or that fruit was bad. Now, either way, this tree was unproductive. The source of these trees was unproductive. Read on. Or the source of the fruit, I mean, was unproductive. Read on.
"Then said he unto the dresser of his vineyard, Behold, these 3 years I come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why covereth it the ground?"
So this ain't talking about the first 3 years of its inception.
Yeah.
This fig tree's been around, and all of a sudden it's coughing and giving up whack figs out, or it's dead looking.
Not productive.
And it's not productive. So the dresser's like, listen, why are we going to sit back here and waste our time with this tree? Why is it even going to cumber the ground? I can put a new tree on here so it can take nutrients from the land. Versus having this old tree that's just taking nutrients and nothing coming out of it.
It's taken, but it's not giving anything back.
But this is the same thing that the Most High was saying about Zedekiah and those wicked princes. They're about to fall. Why even deal with these guys? Why even waste our time with these wicked individuals that aren't productive and aren't changing with the Lord? Read on.
Verse 8, "And he answered, said unto him, Lord, let it alone this year also, till I shall dig about it and dug it."
So listen, now the person who's actually tilling the tree is like, listen, give me a year so I can dung it, I can develop it, I can nurture the land, and let's see what happens with a lot of attention, a lot of TLC, a lot of effort, and a lot of minerals and resources that I can push towards this tree. Give me some time to rebuild it.
That's called mercy.
That's mercy.
That's mercy.
But that's what the Most High was doing with King Zedekiah and all those princes. He gave them 11 years to make it right. So listen, the Most High knew what was in their heart. And he still gave them time.
That shows the Most High gives, of course, us time. But are we going to be like these evil figs?
I know. Listen, but the evil figs get a chance to make it right. The righteous and the evil get a chance. He gives everybody ample time. Yep. So when the Most High lays the hammer on people, then you know what? You know you had time. When Mikhail Kopp said yesterday in class, he said, or it was either yesterday's class or it was his New Jerusalem class. So listen, I think it was New Jerusalem, when he says, you're not going to know if what you were doing was right until the very end. When all the death and destruction comes down, then you'll know, because then you'll know who the Lord's chosen are. But you know what? When a lot of death and destruction comes, you're going to know a lot of things. You're going to know who was doing things right. You can also know who was doing things wrong, which is scary as hell. But you can't say you didn't have time. You can't say you weren't warned. You can't say you weren't instructed. And that's nothing but fair. And the Most High had prophets in Jeremiah and all these great men that gave Zedekiah and those princes ample opportunity to make adjustments. That was my whole point about the dunging process and how the Most High used those figs in Jeremiah and in Luke to explain it. So give me verse 8 again.
Verse 8. And he answering said unto him, Lord, let it alone this year also, till I shall dig about it, and dung it. And if it bear fruit, well.
So if it bears fruit, then it's great.
Good.
Read on.
And if not, then after that thou shalt cut it down.
So this is what the Most High is saying, even with King Zedekiah, knowing he was weak. Give this man and his administration 11 years before we sit back here and lay the hammer on him.
And also on that point, if it bear fruit, well, that mean you gotta get super blessings and super things from the sky falling and super all kind of awesome events. The blessing is that you're not getting destroyed.
Done.
If it bear fruit, if you're doing your job, well, the joy and the benefit and the glory is the Most High's looking at us in a favorable manner. That's the true blessing.
Done.
If it doesn't bear fruit, then cool, you got destruction coming.
Done. You have something?
Yeah. On that verse 7, read that verse 7 one more time, my one.
Come. Luke chapter 13, verse 7 reads, Then said he unto the dresser of his vineyard, Behold, these 3 years.
He said these 3 years, which was what? What's 3 years represent? Just time, right? He said these 3 years he did what?
I come seeking fruit on this fig tree.
So think about it. He said, I've been coming for 3 years to get something off this tree or to receive something from this man. And this man is not producing. There's nothing coming off this. There's no benefits from this man. Read.
And find none.
Go ahead.
Cut it down.
He said, cut it down. Go to Genesis chapter 6, verse 3.
You ready?
Okay.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 3 reads, And the Lord said,
And the Most High said what?
My spirit shall not always strive with man.
Why would Christ say cut that fig tree down?
My spirit shall not always strive with man.
Because the Most High says that his spirit ain't always going to do what?
Strive with man.
Meaning what? Yeah, to strive is to fight. Meaning, I'm not going to keep fighting you to change.
Yep.
Eventually, you're just going to do what? Read on.
For that he also is flesh.
He said, this man is flesh. The Most High is spirit. He said, I'm not going to keep arguing with you to do something that I want you to do.
Let this flesh fade off, man.
Yeah,
You're going to give me something else.
Give me something new. He said, I'm not going to keep fighting with you to keep changing. Because he said, he got a point. He said, the Most High's answer is to do what? Read.
For that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
So at that point, the Most High said, you know what? You're not living 1,000 no more. You're not getting 925. You're not going 956. You're not going 965. You're not getting those Methuselah years no more. He said,
this will be on the earth messing up?
Yeah, just to argue with you for another 800 years? We're going to be fighting for 800 more years.
I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know, Father, if this is really that important. Or serious. I'm not sure. I know I'm 500. Yeah. I'm going to wrestle with you for 300 more years. I just not want to change.
Nope.
I need more signs.
Yeah.
I need some more understanding. You need 300 more years of answers out before you change? Yeah. I'm sorry, you had something.
That's like my side saying you got to live. If you choose to pine away and not do what you need to do, then so be it. That's our choice.
Right. You're bringing that upon yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're bringing that destruction upon yourself because how much more time do you think the Most High going to keep giving you to keep being rebellious? Do you think the Most High owe you another 100 years just for you to argue and not get in order? That's why he's saying he got an answer for that. The solution is, I'm just going to cut your time down. That same thing Christ is saying right here in Luke 13. He said, I'm going to just cut that tree down.
Yep.
Because he's saying when he cut the tree down, because it says what in verse 7? At the end of verse 7.
You talking about in Luke?
Yes, 13 and 7.
These 3 years I come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why covereth it the ground?
The word cumber is cumbersome. To cumber means to trouble.
It's a burden, man.
To burden, to bear, to trouble. You know what he's saying? Why am I giving this nutrients, this food, this water, this nourishment, all the minerals out the soil? Why am I wasting that on a tree that won't produce? That nutrient's supposed to go to 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 23. Read that.
What was it? 1 Corinthians.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 23.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 23 reads, and those members of the body which we think to be less honorable, upon these we bestow more abundant honor.
Who's supposed to get the attention? Who's supposed to get the nourishment?
You.
Those members of the body.
They said, David said it. Who's supposed to get the attention? Who's supposed to be getting all the counsels? Who's supposed to be getting the extra help? Who's supposed to be getting the convincing to change? Who's supposed to be getting attention?
Those members of the body.
Read.
Which we think to be less honorable, upon these we bestow more abundant honor.
The ones that's the less honorable are the newest members. You know who needs to get the most food, the most nourishment, the most attention, the most counsel, the most sacrifices, the most investment? It's the new men.
Yep.
You're not supposed to be arguing with a man that has supposed to have been changed or convinced to change 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years in already.
With a fat notebook.
Yeah, he got all the notes, he got all the scriptures, he got all the counsels, but there's no change.
Yep. Full of skepticism.
Full of skepticism. The new fruit is supposed to get. That's why I said, why cumber the ground? Why put all this nutrients and this food, tree food, and plant food into a tree that's not productive? That attention is supposed to go to the less honorable. The less honorable are the new members in Christ. The new students. You're supposed to argue with a man 10 years in?
Yeah, this proves the Most High is willing to replace you. If you're not ready to change at an ample time to his liking, he's going to move away from you and send somebody else and raise some. Listen, the Most High was wanting to raise up rocks to replace us, huh? So if you're going to raise up rocks, you don't think you'll raise up another man that's more humble than you, more hungry to grow than you?
Keep fighting with old trees, arguing with old trees out.
Brother, that's going to get accomplished, y'all.
Yep. And that's why he said that those new members, those are the ones that get that attention. Not the old heads that still don't believe. That still you can't convince them. You still got to argue with them and fight with them. They're cumbering that new ground. They're cumbering those new trees, those new figs. Cumbering, yes. You can look up the definition. 1828 to cumber.
Yeah.
To cumber just means
to
troublesome.
Load, to crowd, to stop or retard.
Yeah, that's like
retarding the growth, the process of development.
Who's getting robbed of growth? The new fruit. I'm here arguing with this 10-year vet that don't want to change. That argument, that attention could have been going to the guy that just got here.
Mm-hmm.
Scripture, point 3, it says to perplex or embarrass. So it's an embarrassment to the ground. The ground is that rich environment. You're showing that this environment doesn't work. When it does work, you just reject the environment.
Yep. That's why Hebrews 13 and 17. Read that. Hebrews chapter 13 verse 17. Last one on that point. Hebrews chapter 13 verse 17.
And then it says burdensomeness.
Yeah, because you know what? I'm still in nutrients.
Hebrews chapter 13, verse 17 reads, obey them that have the rule over you, And submit yourself.
And do what?
And submit yourself.
Go ahead.
For they watch for your soul.
For the ones that's watching for your soul, it's best that you submit yourself to not argue with them and strive with them. Like the Most High said, he's not going to strive with man. He's going to cut you off. That's what the Most High is doing with these kings. That's what the Most High did to the northern kingdom of Israel, and that's what he's doing to the southern tribe of Judah. He's eradicating all the kings because they're not changing. You're not going to argue with us forever. Read.
As they that must give account.
Because they're supposed to give account. Go ahead.
That they may do it with joy.
I'm supposed to make it easy on my leaders to navigate me. I'm supposed to make it easy on my leaders to govern me. I'm supposed to be arguing with my leaders. The Most High said, man, I'm just going to cut you down. You got your own opinion. You strong-headed, you bull-headed, no problem. I'm just going to cut your time
And
down.
this is why the Most High says there's good figs and there's evil figs.
Yep.
The evil figs just don't want to be molded.
Contrary.
They just don't want to listen. You can sit back and paint it as clear as possible. It's still not going to stick. That's what separates the ones who are going to make it versus the ones who ain't. Keep going.
You finish that? Verse 17. He said that they may do it with joy. Go ahead.
And not with grief.
Go ahead.
For that is profitable for you.
So what is the Most High? How is that unprofitable? What does the Most High do to those that don't want to change, that stay stiff-minded?
Cut you down.
He just cut them down. That's how it's That's how it's non-beneficial to you. He just take your time and just cut your time down. That's the solution to dealing with an argumentative mind.
Can I pose one scripture here?
Yeah.
This is a quick point. Luke 12:19-20. It's another adjustment. We adjusted, showing the kings that they couldn't get the point. They couldn't agree. They couldn't submit their conscience to the direction the Spirit was taking them. They couldn't give in. Now this is another example of it not being a governmental situation. This is being an everyday life. Luke 12, verse 19.
Okay.
The rich man.
God, Luke chapter 12, verse 19, read. And I will say to my soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many years.
This is not the Most High's plan. This is his personal plan. This is his agenda. He's on his personal agenda. Read.
Take thine ease, eat, drink, and be merry.
He didn't say seek the Lord. He said, I'm going to take ease and comfort, and I'm going to do my own will. That's what the evil figs say. The evil figs say, I'm going to do my own will. Read.
But the Most High said unto him, Thou fool.
Thou fool. Because fool knows better, but doesn't do better. We got fat notebooks. We know better, but we still don't submit our conscience. Read.
This night thy soul shall be required of thee.
Now, why at that moment he had more years ahead of him. But when he had a determination to not listen, once I said, I will not like the brother Paul. I'm not always going to strive with man. Then cool, let's just call it a day and I'll see the spiritual world.
Yeah.
Let's call it a day, bro. Because you've made your mind up. If you made your mind up, I may make my mind up. Take his body. That's really how it happens on a societal level,
bro.
Kingly level, and because we look at
personal level.
Exactly. People don't see it. This is personal too. He had more years. His stubborn conscience just cut his years down.
Yeah, bro. So, with all that, we got the point about the evil figs. Now let's go back to Josephus. We're going to Josephus now. Book 10, chapter 7, paragraph 1, like in 3/4. We're going to get to like the 3/4 part of paragraph 1. So it's Josephus 10, 7, and 1 3/4. Just get multiple to pass them out. Hello? Let's get multiple, Josiah. Thank you, sir.
Paragraph 86.
No, it's 270.
Yeah, I'm on. Okay.
It's chapter 7, paragraph 1. And let me sit back here and find out exactly. This saying, and appointed Jehoiachin's uncle. And appointed Jehoiachin's uncle.
Line 102.
Somebody read that.
I see it.
Kariah, read that.
Con.
Let's get you saluted in real quick, because you guys got to leave soon. I want to get both of y'all reading.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Shala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shala. I'm much. What? Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua. Antiquity of the Jews, Book 10, Chapter 7, and Paragraph 1, line 102. It says, and appointed Jehoiakim's uncle, Zedekiah, to be king, and made him take an oath.
So Nebuchadnezzar made Zedekiah take an oath. Read on.
That he would certainly keep the kingdom for him and make no innovation.
Listen, Zedekiah was told, listen, I'm only putting you in the kingdom if you give me an oath that you're not going to have any dealings with Egypt.
Yep.
Okay, so you have to promise me an oath of solidarity that you're going to bring me the bread and nobody else the bread. And I don't want you connecting with Egypt on any level to establish some coup against us. Because if so, we're going to go do the same thing that I did to your nephew. Read on.
Nor have any league of friendship with the Egyptians. Now Zedekiah was 21 years old when he took the government and had the same mother with his brother Jehoiakim, but was a despiser of justice and of his duty.
So Zedekiah despised justice and despised his duty.
It's crazy, bro.
So listen, he wasn't about right and wrong, and he didn't even want to sit back here and be responsible for the position of being the leader. You ever saw Gladiator? When Commodus was sitting back here and it was in the Senate meeting, and everybody was talking about the aqueduct system and the water and this, and this guy he was twirling the sword like this. Like, I don't give a shit about this, bro. Can we just get to the Gladiator games coming up tonight or tomorrow? I don't care about the aqueducts. I don't care about the city. You remember he was spinning his sword? He's like, Commodus, we need you to sit back here and sign this paperwork. He's like, blah, 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 blah. My father cared about this stuff. I don't care about it. Do what you want to do. Chop.
He knows the needs of his people.
Huh?
He says, I know the needs of my people.
Yeah. You know what they want? They want circus and bread. That's what they want.
That's right.
Give them games. Give them folly. So the point is this. Commodus, I'm going to Commodus now. Zedekiah is like damn Commodus. He's black Commodus. He didn't really give a damn about duty, responsibility, kingship, the sustaining. Listen, Jehoiakim was a taking dude. He was about taking power, building his kingdom up. Zedekiah didn't care about any of that stuff. He wasn't about duty, responsibility, nothing. Honor. Nor the Bible. Read on. And the first question, he's the son of Josiah. Right? What the hell's going on? Right? What do you say?
Let's ask you. Said we're in book what?
Now we're in book 7.
Book 10.
Yeah, book 10, chapter 7, paragraph 2 now. So read it from the top again, paragraph 2.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 10, chapter 7, and paragraph 2. Now Zedekiah was 21 years old when he took the government and had the same mother with his brother Jehoiakim, but was a despiser of justice and of his duty. For truly, those of the same age with him were wicked about him.
So now, the majority of the elders were sent where? To Babylon. The good men, the good figs were sent to Babylon. So now, he's surrounded with a bunch of what? Peers. 20-year-old dudes. He was around all his peers running a kingdom that had no idea how to do it. Read on.
And the whole multitude did what unjust and insolent things they pleased.
This was like whatever, man. Do what you want to do. Free for all. Read on.
For which reason the prophet Jeremiah came often to him and protested to him and insisted that he must leave off his impieties and transgressions and take care of what was right.
And this is what the last parts of Jeremiah goes into, is about him constantly pleading to Zedekiah. And the problem was Zedekiah was open to listening to him, but his peers were the ones that were trying to kill Jeremiah, trying to throw him in jail, trying to get him out the way. Because the peers and the princes wanted to keep his ear to themselves.
Yeah.
Because as you're going to read about Zedekiah in next week's class or the week after that, they were manipulating him so that the princes can get what they wanted out the deal. Read on.
And neither give ear to the rulers, among whom were wicked men, nor give credit to their false prophets who deluded them, as if the king of Babylon would make no more war against them.
So listen, so it was the princes that were sitting back here and pulling on Zedekiah, and it was these false prophets that would give ease. Remember when Moses said how these prophets were wicked because they kept saying peace, peace, peace? Mm-hmm. Why was peace, peace, peace so wicked? The notion, why was the notion of teaching peace so wicked?
Tell my people you don't have the training. Everything is loose.
Yes, it was that. It removed urgency.
Yeah.
It removed urgency. When you're saying everything's going to be okay, goods coming right around the corner.
Relax.
The spirit of urgency is removed. Without the spirit of urgency, you ain't going to change nothing. This is why sometimes you're in class and you sometimes feel like every day is the end of the world in class. Who's noticed that? It's like, damn, the sky is going to fall if I don't change at 12 p.m. And class just ended at 10:30. And if I don't study tonight, the sky is falling. And Diablo is coming tomorrow. And Diablo is coming out. And spirits is coming out. And spirituals, they're coming. But you know what? That's a good thing. Because how else are you going to sit back here and take serving the Most High seriously? And take change seriously? He said, wicked men push peace, peace, peace. All peace, peace, peace meant is you got time. Don't stress out. And like Nagahaya texted me as a reminder to me, he's like, yeah, man, these Ishmaelites dropped like 800 bombs on Israel last night. There's a lot of bombs. They've declared war on the Israelis. This could go however many different paths. There's so many different ways this can go bad. This could escalate into full-fledged war with the whole world. Well, they could sit back here. It could be squashed, like I had mentioned in Nagaha, but the Israelis could pull Israel. The Israelis could pull America in it. And I tell you what, Russia's back in the other side. They're back in Iran. And they're back in Syria. And Syria and Iran have a hatred towards the Israelis. Because what they don't tell you on MSNBC and on CNN is that the Israelis are constantly bombing the Syrians. They're constantly attacking the Palestinians.
And bullying.
But that's what I mean by bully. Bully is sending bombs. They're just dropping bombs on the Palestinians constantly. And nobody talks about it. The only way to find out about it is follow a website called The Cradle. The Cradle will sit back here and tell you about how much the Israelis bully and attack the Hamas and all these other people that don't want no beef. And how the Israelis keep taking more territory of the Palestinians.
Yep.
They just don't talk about
it. Constantly occupying it.
Because Israelis are backed or control all the media out here. I don't want to go. I don't want to get cut off. Cut off. I better keep that in the back pocket. Anyway, what am I saying? I don't know if this is a further escalation of World War III. It could be. Maybe not. I don't know. Things get bad all the time.
Israel hasn't been touched in a long time, man.
I know.
So that's a scary notion.
Wasn't the 50-year mark of the last time it was attacked, right?
What's that?
This was like the 50-year mark the last time it was attacked, right?
I can't say that. I don't know about when was the last time the Israelis got attacked like this, but for that many bombs to be dropped, they obviously know there's going to be some consequences there. Listen, because the Israelis have been jacking up Lebanon, all these countries around them, so they're all ready to make a play on them. They just need the right backing. Anyway, I don't even know why we got to that point.
And that's the 50th year of hip hop. So
what?
That all those two come.
Listen, I can't even back that out. I can't even back that out. Nah, listen, bro. Is that a joke? Or what? I was like, what the hell is going on here? I'm not backing that. I'm not backing that goddamn statement. There's no way I'm backing that.
Well, Outkast did drop bombs over Baghdad.
It's coming back.
Wow, that's horrible. That is horrible. That's horrible. Just saying, that's horrible. Okay, so where are we at in Antiquities of the Jews? Where it said the prophets diluted the message, pretty much. The prophets were diluting the urgency of the message to change.
You got this too?
No, you can't say that. On the bag shit. You are not allowed to add on to the topic if that's what you're going to say.
No, I was just saying the religious institution.
I'm cutting out this guy's mic time. You can sit out there and talk about BS.
The religious institution of the states, whenever there's a critical moment and all people are trying to wake up, they always push more entertainment. They always push more, prosperity.
Distractions.
Prosperity. But right now, because the country is economically unstable, they really can't push the prosperity preaching. There's really a gap, which is an opportunity for people to look to search the Most High. Because whenever it gets bad, they always push more prosperity and with more opportunities as well, financial opportunities. And people just tap into that thinking. They don't go into the thinking of, if this could be the end, let me get right with the Most High.
Student loan forgiveness.
Yeah.
That was short-lived. They took that back. They gave and they took it back. That was a quick little nugget.
Just for them to get reelected.
Yeah.
That would have been great if that passed.
A lot of people would have.
They're not trying to do that.
Yeah.
They're not doing that. Okay, let's keep going.
It says, as if the king of Babylon would make no more war against them.
That was the thing. So listen, if the message was that the king of Babylon wasn't going to make war with them, then I can keep breaking the law. I can keep sinning. I can keep partying. I can keep tapping into all these different cultural pursuits that Israel was tapping into that we're about to go into in a second. What's that?
Oh, isn't it like the same, thought process of Sodom and Gomorrah? When he went there to talk to the people, Lot went there to talk to the people and they didn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
The same relaxed.
Yeah, but more was invested into them. You know what I mean? More was invested into the Israelites at this particular time versus these Sodomites and these Gomorrites were just turned up. Now it was just how they was operating. You know what I mean? Once I gave a lot more, and Scripture said, much given, much required. So, where are we at now, Karai?
Yeah, we are. It says, and as if the Egyptians would make, it says, and as if the Egyptians would make war against him and conquer him, since what they said was not true, and the events would not prove such as they expected. Line 105.
So it says, as if the king of Babylon would make no more war against him and conquer him. And as if the Egyptians would make war against him and conquer him, since what they said was not true. So what they're saying is, okay, if what the prophets are saying, if the prophets, which were false, were saying that the Babylonians weren't going to come back, so then why are we saving our money up to send to them? Because the Egyptians are going to want us to pay them. And if we don't pay the Egyptians, they're going to sit back here and destroy us. So why not just be cool with the Egyptians and start paying them and send our bread and our vassal money there, then send our vassal money to Babylon? This is their thinking. but they're not listening. Listen, there was logic in the thinking, but it wasn't spiritual logic. There's certain ways of thinking that make sense on a carnal, fleshly plane. But then there's other thinking that works spiritual. The prophecy was, take care of Babylon and stop thinking about this other crap. Do your job, stay in order, take care of Babylon. But today I don't even want to go too heavy into that concept. We'll go into Zedekiah's repositioning with the king Hophra, because that was his name. The king Hophra was the guy that he ended up working with. Jehoiakim was dealing with King Necho. We'll go into that in a week or two from now. Today we're going to go into the lack of a respect for the Heavenly Father and a desire to sit back and serve idols during Zedekiah's reign. That's what we're going to focus on in this class. So read on in Josephus.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 10, Chapter 7, Paragraph 2, line 105. Now as to Zedekiah himself, while he heard the prophets speak, he believed them and agreed to everything as true and supposed it was for his advantage.
So what it's saying is Zedekiah had the ability to listen to Jeremiah and understood what Jeremiah was saying. Let's use this as is it being his advantage. Read on.
But then his friends perverted him and dissuaded him from what the prophet advised and obliged him to do what they pleased.
So once again, his princes and his peers had a control and leverage over Zedekiah. And we'll go into that at a later time. And we're going to let that go on this point. But I just wanted to kind of give the intro of Jeremiah in the Josephus. Okay? Not Jeremiah, but Zedekiah. We're going to let that verse go and go to 2 Chronicles 36. We're gonna get to the meat of it in a second. 2 Chronicles 36, verse 10 through 16. 2 Chronicles 36, 10 through 16. Who's got it? Oh, I'm sorry. My woman.
Still me?
Yeah, he's reading Josephus.
Oh, cover, gotcha.
2 Chronicles, chapter 36, verse 10 reads, And when the year was expired, King Nebuchadnezzar sent and brought him to Babylon with the goodly vessels of the house of the Lord, and made Zedekiah his brother king over Judah and Jerusalem. And Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, his power, and humbled not himself before Jeremiah the prophet speaking from the mouth of the Lord.
What it said is he didn't humble himself before Jeremiah because Jeremiah told him everything he needed to hear, but he chose to follow with his friends and his peers and the princes who had leverage over him. Read on.
And he also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by the Most High.
Like we read that in Josephus. Read on.
But he stiffed his neck and hardened his heart from turning unto the Lord power of Israel.
So he turned his heart towards the Most High and towards King Nebuchadnezzar. Read on.
Moreover, all the chief of the priests and the people transgressed very much after all the abominations of the heathen.
And this is what we're going to focus on from 14 to 16. On top of the rebellion to the prophet Jeremiah, on top of the rebellion to Nebuchadnezzar,
even the oath that he swore
to Nebuchadnezzar, that I wasn't going to sit back here. I'm a vassal to you. I had to bow down to you. All he had to do was say, if I'm threatened by Egypt, send a letter to Babylon saying, we need your help against the Egyptians. That's all he had to do. He could have stayed in order and had Babylonians help. But he didn't want to do that.
He didn't want anybody controlling him, whether it was the Most High, whether it was the Babylonians or the Egyptians. He didn't want or Jeremiah barely.
Because in their head, he was in league with the Egyptians.
Yep.
But he says, on top of all those shenanigans, he said, the chief of the priests and the people transgressed very much after all the abominations of the heathen. This was what the Most High was giving them time to change. The idolatry was running rampant in Israel. Okay? Read on.
Come. And the people transgressed very much after all the abominations of the heathen, and polluted the house of the Lord, which he had hallowed in Jerusalem.
They polluted the house of the Lord, which was hallowed in Jerusalem, that his father Josiah hallowed. He said they went back and re-polluted the whole damn thing. Read on.
Come, verse 15. And the Lord power of their fathers sent to them by his messengers, rising up betimes and sending, because he had compassion on his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked the messenger of the Most High, and despised his words, and misused his prophets, until the wrath of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy.
So listen, all that idolatry and all the despising of the message was the beginning of the end. So the Most High allowed political circumstances to break him. But it was the idolatry and the blatant disregard and respect for the Most High that was the beginning of the end for the nation of Israel in totality. Okay? What we're going to do, we're going to take our time on this. We're going to go to Ezekiel chapter 8. Now listen, we're going to bring somebody else in to read Nagaha. Okay, well, Lasha, you can do it. But y'all too, I'm got to get out of here. Imagine. How long y'all going to be here for?
No, it's good. That's
good.
They're good.
Somebody back up. You don't get it.
Elisha, Shoshabata, Barabat, Bayashal.
Elisha, Shoshabata, Baraban, Bayashal. Imagine. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
All right. So we're going to Ezekiel chapter 8. We're going to read from verse 1 to 18. We're going to kind of get Ezekiel's perspective at the Most High enlightening him on what was going on during Zedekiah's reign. Okay? Matter of fact, let me get this and get it all set up. Okay. Let's read this. Ezekiel chapter 8. So we're going to sit back here and get more extensive understanding as to what type of idolatry and what type of wickedness was going on amongst the priests during Zedekiah's reign. Let's read this.
Ezekiel 8 and verse 1. And it came to pass in the 60th year, in the sixth year, in the 6th month, and the 5th day of the month.
Stop. When it says the 6th year, it's talking about the 6th year that Ezekiel was sent from Israel to Babylon. So if it's in the 6th year, that means 6th year after Jeconiah got taken out of power. That also means it's the 6th year of Zedekiah being in power. Okay? So in the 6th year of Zedekiah being in power, in the 6th month, which is around September. Okay? It's around September. And the 5th day. The good thing about Ezekiel, he is very thorough, and the chapter goes in sequence. Versus Jeremiah is like pow, it's going everywhere. Ezekiel is like 6th year of Zedekiah's reign, 6 months of the year, which is around September, the 5th day. Read on.
As I sat in mine house.
So listen, at this time, you weren't able to street teach in Babylon, bro. You was at your house reading the Bible out. You weren't sitting back here talking about the fall of Babylon. Babylon's falling, Babylon. Y'all about to die. Jeremiah was in another man's country. He had to shut his damn mouth and be in his house and teach. Read on.
And the elders of Judah sat before me.
So listen, the elders would come to Jeremiah's house to kind of get perspective on what's happening in Israel while they're in Babylon suffering. Read on.
that the hand of the Lord power fell there upon him.
Then the hand of the Most High fell upon him when they were at his house, just rapping with him. Read on.
Then I beheld, and lo, a likeness as the appearance of fire.
There was an angel that had the appearance of fire that came to him. Read on.
From the appearance of his loins, even downward.
From his waist down, looked like fire. This is similar. This is a similar image of that angel that Ezekiel saw in chapter 1 of Ezekiel. Okay? So this angel had fiery lower half. Read on.
And from his loins even upward, as the appearance of brightness.
So from his waist up, his appearance was bright. When he had that shine, that luster to him. Read on, that brightness to him. Read on.
As the color of amber.
As the color of amber. Now I want to sit back here and show y'all online what amber looks like. Let's go look online if you can. Just take some time and look at it. Because I have a couple pictures I want to show you about amber.
10 seconds.
A delay? Okay. Y'all need to take a look, because I got a couple pictures to kind of show y'all what amber looks like in real time and how it connects to how our people look. Okay. So listen, it is a tint of brown, right? But what we're going to show, I'm going to go back to this image. But listen, this is also another image that is talked about in Revelation chapter 4. About how the Most High talks about jasper and sardis stones. And how the angel looked like jasper and sardis. Now take a look at jasper and sardis right here online. And look at the people right on top of it. And do not those people look like jasper and sardis? Those are black people look like jasper and sardis. And then sit back here, hold this, keep these colors of these stones in your head, and go back to amber. It's the same tint. They're talking about different stones that all look the same. So the angels look like what? Like black people. Whether it's sardis, jasper, amber. The angels look black. Christ was black. Then we sit back here. I got a bronze color for you. What does bronze look like? Look online. Okay. Is that delay? Yeah, it's still there? Okay.
But its ass had been burned by a fire.
Yeah, but that's, I'm just saying, even if it's brass.
Yeah.
You saw it? Is the brass come up yet?
No, I saw it.
What's going on here?
It's a little delay.
I know, I'm just messing.
It's what?
What the heck's going on? No, anyway.
Yeah, it's a.
So listen, that's brass.
That's a good one.
Brass looks just like black skin. I know.
Listen, no.
There you go. But why am I even going here? Because when you sit back here and look at all these colors that are brought out in the scriptures, they're still talking about us as a people. Whether it's Christ with his brass skin, whether it's this angel with this amber colored skin from the waist up, and the fire on the bottom, amber looks just like sardis and jasper. And sardis and jasper colored people are black people. Has that same shine and luster to the skin. How can you not see that? So what Ezekiel is seeing is people that look like him, that came to him and were delivering a message to Ezekiel about what's going on in the land of Jerusalem concerning Zedekiah's people, the priests of specifically the priests and the people in Jeremiah. In Jeremiah's time. Okay? So once I'm just going to show these colors, amber. Read that verse again, Elisha, verse 2.
Ezekiel, chapter 8 and verse 2. Then I beheld, and lo, a likeness as the appearance of fire, from the appearance of his loins even downward, fire, and from his loins even upward, as the appearance of brightness, as the color of amber.
This angel looked like an amber person. Amber, sardis, jasper, that looks like black people. The angel looked like you and I. Okay? Let's read verse 3.
Verse 3. And he put forth the form of an hand, and took me by a lock of mine head. And the Spirit lifted me up.
And the angel did that a lot with Ezekiel, transporting him from one place to another so he can see what was going on, literally physically see how Israel was operating in the temple or around the outer gate and the inner gate. Read on.
God lifted me up between earth and heaven and brought me in the visions of the Most High to Jerusalem.
So listen, he sat back here and literally, like, what do they call it? What do you
Teleport. Teleport.
Well, it's teleport, but it's astral projected. That was Most High. Listen, the Spirit astral projected him from one place to another. Remember, he was sitting back here in his house with the elders of Judah, and they were talking, and the Spirit took him. So now he's in an astral projected form in Jerusalem at the temple, about to see what's going on in the temple. Read on.
God, and brought me in the visions of the Most High to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looketh toward the north.
Now let's get this image up. Okay, now we got another image up. So now he says, the angel that was amber, that looks like black skin, sent him to the door of the inner gate of the north. First of all, if you sit back and see the temple, and you see it online, going westward is the Ark of the Covenant. That wasn't there at the time, just so you know. The Ark was not there at that time. Jeremiah already took it away. But the Ark goes west. The altar goes east. Up north, there's an outer yard. There's an outer gate, an outer courtyard, an inner courtyard. Then you sit back here and get to the holy place and then the Holy of Holies. That's how it's all situated. The pillars, the front entrance of the door is where those little stairs are at with the pillars next to it. You have the brass basin on the outside next to the altar. You have the east gate, which you have the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. It's important that we explain this because as we go into this vision, he starts breaking down all the things that are happening in each portion of this temple. So, read verse 3 again.
God. And he put forth the form of an hand and took me by a lock of mine head. And the Spirit lifted me up between earth and heaven and brought me in the visions of the Most High to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looketh toward the north.
So he's coming from the northern position as the angel is taking him into the temple. Read on.
Where was the seat of the image of jealousy.
So he says, this is where the Most High's jealousy for Israel's wickedness starts. And as you read through 18, it just gets worse and worse and worse. Jealousy gets worse and worse and worse as you go further down to see what's going on in the temple. Read on.
Come. Where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoketh to jealousy?
Mm-hmm.
And behold, the glory of the Most High of Israel was there, according to the vision that I saw in the plain.
The glory of the Most High of Israel was still there at the time. We're going to read later on, probably next week or so, the glory left Israel. The glory of the Most High left Jerusalem later. Okay? Well, let's keep going. Meaning the Most High's protection left Israel. That glory is his protection that was over Jerusalem when we were living right. So it was still there at the time. We're done.
Ezekiel 8 and verse 5. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up thine eyes now the way toward the north.
So look up north, the northern part of this map. Focus there for now. Read on.
So I lifted up mine eyes the way toward the north. And behold, northward at the gate of the altar, this image of jealousy in the entry.
So listen, the entry is still talking about this outer court. We're starting the outer court, and we're going to work our way to the inner court. So we're dealing with the outer court and the entry into the entire temple. Read on.
Verse 6. He said furthermore to me, Son of man, seest thou what they do? Even the great abominations that the house of Israel committeth you, that I should go far off from my sanctuary. But turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations.
He says there is abomination in this outer court. The outer court was where the regular people were operating at.
God.
Regular Israel, you can see that from the east gate all around there was an outer yard. that all of Israel can operate and function. By the time Herod got into power, he expanded the temple and had a place for women. It had a further outer gate of the Gentiles and the nations that they can go. And the closer you got, it was more of like the people. So visualize this, and Herod's was even bigger and wider for more people to occupy. Okay? But the regular people were operating in the courtyard, the outer courtyard, and they were operating wickedly. Okay? But he says, look deeper, and it's going to get even worse the further you get in. Okay? Read on.
Verse 7. He brought me to the door of the court, and when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall. Then said he unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And when I had digged in the wall, behold, a door.
He says when he digged, he saw more. He saw a door, he got in it, and now he's going to see this inner court. Okay? Because there is a door from the north that connects the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. He says, dig, open that door, you're going to see how bad it got. Now, the people that function in the inner court, they were the Levites. Mm-hmm. Now they know what the priests were doing. Read on.
Verse 9. And he said unto me, Go in, and behold the wicked abominations that they do here. Mm-hmm. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things, and abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed upon the wall round about.
He says they're sitting back here, and there's idols and creeping things and abominable beasts all on the wall. Just that.
So he had to dig because it's almost like this was symbolic.
You got to go look.
In ruins, right?
Well, I want you to sit back here and really see
for yourself
what's going on.
They're doing this in private.
This is in private. It's in closed doors, so you can't see what's going on. You got to dig to see what's happening.
It's like you don't know what goes on in people's houses.
Everybody saying Lord, Lord, but what's really happening at home? You just don't know. So he's like, I'm gonna give you a glimpse of what's happening behind closed doors and how wicked Israel is. Because a lot of times you hear about the abomination, but you really don't know what's going on and how foul Israel operates and how foul Israel is. So he said, read verse 10 again.
Verse 10. It says, So I went in and saw. This
is in the inner gate, the inner courtyard. Read on.
And behold, every form of creeping things and abominable beasts.
There's this big wall. It's a wall of abominable creatures, man. Images, idols that they put on the wall along the inner court. Read on.
And all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed upon the wall round about. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel. And in the midst of them stood Jazaniah, the son of Shaphan.
The reason that's bringing him out, because Shaphan was the scribe that was close to Josiah, and Josiah's sons, for the most part, looked after Jeremiah and took care of him. This was the one bad son that was about that left-hand action. Shaphan's other kids did right and loved the Lord, and most of them got shipped out to Babylon. Okay, this one son of the scribe was on the left-hand side and did evil. Read on.
With every man his censer in his hand.
Yeah. Now they had an incense joint going on. They burn incense. They listen. We're gonna go into what that is too.
Yep.
They blowing trees. They burn incense. They worshiping idols. They're sitting back here on the left-hand side, tapping into idolatry. Read on.
With every man his censer in his hand.
Stop. Read on.
And a thick cloud of incense went up.
First things first, let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 15 through 20. Matter of fact, before we go there, he said there were 70 men, right? Of the ancients, right? Hold that before we go to this Deuteronomy verse. Let's go to Numbers. Numbers chapter 11, verse 16 through 17.
Numbers 11 and verse 16.
Numbers 11 and 16. Let me get it real quick. Because you got to find out where the hell did 70 elders come from and what's the significance of the 70. Okay? Numbers 11 verse 16 and 17. Yeah.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation, that they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and talk with thee there. And I will take up the spirit which is upon thee, and will put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with thee, that thou bear not thyself alone.
So from the time of Moses, there were 70 other men that were supposed to sit back here and be elders of the nation to look after the people and bear the responsibility of leadership, bear the burden and responsibility of leading from the front and not leading Israel astray. So he says these 70 men that were supposed to be leaders and examples for the nation, they were sitting back here burning trees and serving idols too with the priest. All the leadership had bought in to the left-hand side. It wasn't just King Zedekiah. This is why when Zedekiah was starting to listen to Jeremiah, you had all of this backlash against him. From the priest, the elders, everybody had bought into not locking in to the Most High and in implementing idolatry and wickedness and frivolity into the nation. So even when Zedekiah was trying to be strong, there wasn't enough support to push him that direction. These 70 men were supposed to be that support.
But they didn't do it.
Because they were buying into the party.
They were high.
Exactly. So, we're going to go to Deuteronomy 4 in verse 15 through 20.
Deuteronomy 4 and verse 15.
So, this is concerning, when we're reading in Ezekiel, how Ezekiel was like, listen, man, I saw these abominable beasts, these creeping things, these idols, and they were all hung up on the walls of this inner court. Read on.
Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire.
He says, when I spoke to you in Sinai, which is Horeb, you didn't see any image of anything. All you heard was a voice talking to you and told you the laws you were supposed to follow. He said, I did that on purpose. Take heed as to why. Read on.
Lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image.
He says, that's why I didn't bring an animal or any kind of image.
That's the reason.
Because you would sit back here and carve the shit out of it and serve it. He said, there was no image that you saw when I communicated with you. Read on.
The similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female.
Because it wasn't about having a male or female deity on any level. Because this is what was going on at the time. It was the embracing of the masculine side and the embracing of the feminine side. Yep. And we're going to go into that. But read on.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth. The likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air.
He said it wasn't about any likeness of anything. Any graven image. And this is the crazy thing. The world is all about symbols and symbolism. And people build their lives and their mentalities off of these different symbols. He says, this symbolism was what I was trying to have you not tap into.
And our people are ultra superstitious.
You know. As Josephus said, the Hebrews didn't have portraits, didn't have paintings in their house. They didn't have none of that shit in their house.
Statues.
Israel do. Israel got carved everything. The lion, this animal, and the miles over here. They got everything everywhere, bro. He says the Hebrews back in the day didn't have nothing. He said the Greeks and the Romans brought these pictures and family portraits, an image here, an image there. We didn't have that. This is a little glimpse into how we roll. So listen, Israel says, you get a regular Israelite, they'll attack you if you have a shield. But don't talk about my lion. I can have lions. I can have panthers. Yeah. I can have the panther with the little with the vinyl type of painting on it. Yeah, you ever see those old 70s paintings with the lions and the panthers out, and it's like this black velvet out?
Yeah.
Of course, that's my panther. And on the wall, you can't have it either. If you're going to be technical. So anyway, read on.
This is the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun, and the moon, and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them, and serve them, which the Lord thy power hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven.
It goes back into this. Listen, I don't want you to tap into any image. I don't want you worshiping beasts, creeping images, sun, moon, stars. None of it. And what are we doing now right before our fall? This was like 5 years before the fall. We was knee deep into this idolatry.
All you gotta do is look at the tattoos that we put on our body.
Exactly.
Come on, bro. Huh?
We got cartoon characters on our body, man. We got anime characters on our body.
Whack, bro. Huh? Anime, Superman figures, DC comic figures, Zach. How black men got Superman on their arms, Zach?
Yeah, or the symbol.
That's what the S.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
The Captain America shield.
Whack,
Yeah.
This is my favorite game. This is my favorite movie. This is my favorite life.
Very simple, bro.
Yep.
But this is what we were doing, and we were worshiping it. We were really tapping into this. Okay? Read on. We're going to read to verse 20.
Verse 19. Oh, no. Verse 18.
No, we already did that. Read verse 20.
Come on. Verse 20. But the Lord hath taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day.
He says, you are supposed to be his. And part of us being his means we're not supposed to be making image of these creeping things and these abominable acts.
And especially the Egyptians. They love to worship Beset, the cat. They love to worship the scarab beetle, the winged ibis, the winged bird, the ibis. They, especially coming out of Egypt, they love idolatry.
Okay? Time. So we're going to do now, we're going to go to 2 Kings 21, just to give a glimpse into what was happening in the, I want to say the outer wall. Yeah, the outer wall and the inner wall. Let's go to 2 Kings 21.
Especially that Ankh, bro. That our people love that Erykah Badu Ankh.
Yeah.
Gotta put that symbol on their body.
That's rebirth. It's about rebirth. Like,
isn't that?
Like, hey, you trying to change or something like that? Not really.
Yeah, we're going to read about this rebirth. We're going to read about what they was really about with this rebirth shit. Wow. We're going to read what it really meant to tap into that rebirth. 21, verse 1 through 7.
2 Kings 21, verse 1.
Hold on 1 second, sir. I said 2 Kings, right?
Yeah.
21, 1 through 7, right?
1 through 7. Yeah, read that.
Manasseh was 21 years old when he began to reign.
Reason we're going back into Manasseh is because what we're reading in Ezekiel is a throwback to what he was tapping into when he was a king. Don't forget, King Manasseh sat back here and just went against everything King Hezekiah's father tapped into, and it went completely left. Okay, so the same things Manasseh was doing during his reign is a very. You're in a. I can guess, or we can make an assumption that they were doing very similar things to what King Manasseh was doing in 2 Kings 21. So read that verse 1.
Yeah. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hephzibah. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord.
It's like Hephzibah.
Hephzibah.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the heathens, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. For he built up again the high places, which Hezekiah his father had destroyed. And he reared up altars for Baal.
So now we're going back into altars for Baal worship. That's the masculine deity. Read on.
And made a grove.
Stop. Made a grove. Now when we get when you read about groves, I want to get this quick. 2 Kings, chapter 21, and verse 4, right, or 3.
That's
when it says made a grove, yeah.
3.
Groves really just mean made temples or made worshiping stations for Astarte. That's what groves were. So what Manasseh was doing, the first thing you do when you're tapping into idolatry, you're tapping into Baal worship, and you're tapping into Astarte worship, the female deity. You have the masculine deity, Baal, the feminine deity, Astarte. And if you go back into history, those two deities deal with Nimrod and Semiramis. Mm-hmm. Those are the two foundationary idols of all civilization. They were just changed. Their names were changed depending on the language and people that were ruling at the time. So Mother Nature and Father Earth, those are the two deities that Manasseh was serving. And you're going to read later on, this is what we were serving during the time of Ezekiel. So, read on.
Come. It says,
and built altars.
And he reared up altars for Baal and made a grove, as did Ahab, king of Israel, and worshipped all the hosts of heaven and served them.
So all these hosts of heaven is similar to what all these creeping things and images around the outer temple was. Okay? Read on.
Verse 4. And he built up altars in the house of the Lord.
So he's building up altars in the house of the Lord. That's in this inner court and in the holy place. They were bringing altars in. Read on.
Yeah. Of which the Lord said, in Jerusalem will I put my name. And he built altars for all the hosts of heaven in the two courts of the house of the Lord.
So once again, not only were they bringing idols in the house of the Lord, they were bringing idols in the two courts of the house. The two courts is the inner court and the outer court. This is what Ezekiel was explaining in Ezekiel 8. He said there was idolatry in the outer court. There is idolatry even worse in the inner court. And it gets even worse once you get closer to the temple.
That's crazy.
The idolatry gets worse. But this is what was happening during Manasseh's time. And it's happening again with Zedekiah's time. And those 70 men that were supposed to look out for the people's well-being and be elders. Read on.
Verse 6. And he made his sons pass through the fire.
Now that's Molech. Manasseh had his son go get killed by Molech. Read on.
And observed times.
Mm-hmm.
And used enchantments. And dealt with familiar spirits and wizards. And he wrought much wickedness in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. And he set a graven image of the grove that he had made in the house, of which the Lord said to David and to Solomon his son, in this house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever.
So he put a graven image of the grove. The graven image of the grove is a graven image of Astarte, that female deity. And he says, in the house of the Lord. So they sat back here and put female deities. And when we're going to read in this book we have, those female deities are talking about female body parts.
Mm-hmm. Complete disrespect.
And listen, when you're sitting back here dealing with Baal worship and Astarte worship, you're dealing with phallic symbols and female genitalia. Yeah. That was how the idols were acknowledged. We're going to go into that in a second.
Yeah.
But this is what was happening during the time of Manasseh. And this is what was happening. This is what Ezekiel was saying when he saw the outer and inner courts of the temple. Okay?
No different than twerking in church.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little worse. It's bad. No, that's horrible. That's horrible. But we're going to read even worse things that they were doing around the outer temple gate and around between the outer and inner gate of the temple. Okay? Read on. Now we're back in Ezekiel.
Yes.
Ezekiel chapter 8. Now we're at let's go back to 11 again.
Ezekiel 8 and verse 11. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel. In the midst of them stood Jezaniah and the son of Shaphan, with every man his censer in his hand.
And when you go to some people's house, when you see that 2-foot bong, whether it be a water bong, whether it be that Ishmaelite damn hookah bong, that's what a censer is. All it is just an instrument that you use to burn something upon. So people got these in their houses. They got them in little pipes. They got little bitty pipes that are the size of a pin. They got little smaller pipes. They got big 3-foot bongs. They got water bongs, water pipes. When you go to our people's houses, this is what they got stashed in their houses.
Yeah.
It is a bunch of censers. You find this amongst our people religiously to this day. And they think that because I got them on display that I'm spiritual I got them. That cost me $700. Well, that's $700 worth of sin. That's all it is. No. It's nothing. Or I got the new electronic. I got the electronic, the e-bong. The e-bong is the same thing as the damn censer we're reading about in Ezekiel. Now you just got the USB plug and you just got a lithium battery, charge it up, and you still hitting it like a pipe. It's the same thing they're doing back then. Anything that you use to burn something on is a censer. Whether it's vaping, whether it's electric, whether it's a coal, a charcoal, it's all the same thing. Whether you take a damn Coke can and poke holes in it, it's the same damn thing. Mm-hmm. It's a censer. That's what he's saying.
Okay. Give me verse 10 and 11 again. I got more I got to bring out on this. Read that.
Come. Ezekiel chapter 8 and verse 10. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things, and abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel, portrayed upon the wall round about. Verse 11. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel.
Who's supposed to be that last guard, right?
The elders and leaders, yes.
And in the midst of them stood Zedekiah, the son of Shaphat, with every man his censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up.
Most High was snitching on all these guys. He was snitching on them. This is major snitching. But we're going to hold this and go to 2 Kings 23, verse 4 through 7, because we're going to read about what Josiah did to neutralize all the idolatry of Manasseh, and then eventually after that his son that was in power for a short period of time. I think his son was in power for 2 years. And then the next man up was Josiah. Let's get this, Jim. 2 Kings 23, verse 4 through 7.
2 Kings 23, verse 4.
It explains what type of items were in this temple at the time. Read on.
Come. It says, and the king commanded Hilkiah, the high priest, and the priests of the second order, and the keepers of the door, to bring forth out the temple of the Lord all the vessels that were made for Baal and for the grove.
All these grove items, all this. Once again, the grove was worshiping Astarte. This is all this female genitalia woven items were getting poured out of the temple, and all the phallic symbols for Baal were being poured out the temple. Read on.
And for all the hosts of heaven.
All the hosts of heaven, all the worshiping of the sun, moon, and stars, so to speak. Read on.
And he burned them without Jerusalem in the fields of Kedron.
So they burned them away from the city in the fields of Kedron. Read on.
And carried the ashes of them unto Bethel.
Bethel was that place where all the ashes of idols were supposed to be stomped down to the ground, because that was the first place where Ephraim had their idolatry, in Bethel. Read on.
And he put down the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah.
So they were sitting back here. That incense that was being talked about in Ezekiel, the incense were to these idols. Okay, like Chapter 1 said, those censers.
And the incense in the Strongs, it says through the idea of fumigation in a closed place, like the hot box, that is to turn into fragrance by fire, especially as an act of worship. So everybody that smokes, and I'm going to keep driving that point because our people do that. Yep. Everybody that smokes, whatever it is, you're worshiping a God, not the Most High.
Well, listen, we're going to go into that. Listen, we got a little more to that. We're going to definitely go into that, because Ezekiel 8 finishes up with that point. But you're perfect. You're perfect. Just know there's a lot more there. Let's keep going.
Verse 5 again. And he put down the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah, and the places round about Jerusalem, them also that burn incense unto Baal.
Because first of all, this, like I'm sure I was saying, this is referred to as strange incense. This wasn't the incense that the Most High said, there's only so much incense we were supposed to be able to use.
That's in Exodus chapter 30.
Frankincense, myrrh. There was a priestly mix of 5, if I'm not mistaken. It was calamus, frankincense, myrrh, cassia, and cinnamon. Right? It was 5. It was the oils of the apothecary. And the only one that could burn that were the priests. But there wasn't any other mix that anybody was supposed to be burning in the temple. This incense was strange incense that was offered to these other idols. Read on.
To the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the hosts of heaven. And he brought out of the grove from the house of the Lord, without Jerusalem, unto the brook of Kidron, and burned it at the brook of Kidron, and stamped it small to powder, and cast the powder thereof upon the graves of the children of the people.
That was in Bethel. Read on.
Verse 7. And he brake down the houses of the Sodomites.
What people don't understand is everything that goes along with that Baal worship and that Astarte worship. Now you got the punks coming in too. That's part of it.
That's part of the priest. Actually, the priests were homosexuals.
Yeah. Well, and there was temple prostitutes.
Yep.
There were people that their whole job was to perform the acts necessary to appease these idols.
And the temple prostitutes, some of them were little boys.
Well, I know that. Little boys, little girls, it was whatever your fancy was. And they were in that inner court area. In the outer court area for everybody's pleasure. This is what we were doing. This is what the Most High was like, listen, man, these people are tempting me. And what was the exact word? He said these people are provoking jealousy with these imagery and their actions. So he says when Josiah was establishing reformations, they were taking out idols and the Baal, Astarte. They were breaking out the Sodomite houses. That was right on campus here. Read on. Give me verse 7 again.
Come on. 2 Kings 23 and verse 7. And he brake down the house of the Sodomites that were by the house of the Lord.
It was right by the house of the Lord. It was in the outer and inner court. And they had the little freak houses.
Yeah.
Right next to the damn temple. But this is what Ezekiel was seeing in Ezekiel 8. This is the level of debauchery. He says, you see all this going on? But listen, you get the little glimpses when you go into other chapters, seeing how they were operating in the past. Because remember, the Most High said because of what Manasseh did, they're going to be destroyed. Because what Manasseh did still was resonating until they fell. This is how going back to Manasseh will give you a glimpse into what was happening in Ezekiel's time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the Sodomite houses, the Baal worship, the groves. Read on.
Where the women wove hangings for the grove.
They were weaving these female genitalia images on a large scale right on the campus of the temple. They were just making them.
Yep.
Just like sisters sit back here and braid hair, and they sit back here and they make knittings or whatever the case is. They were knitting woman images of female genitalia.
Yep.
And phallic symbols on the temple campus, and they were hanging them all around. What do you think these hangings were on the walls?
That wasn't a dream catcher, was it?
That wasn't no dream catcher.
Yeah.
They was catching some other sicknesses, wickedness. You was catching something, just not in spiritual. So, did you finish verse 7?
Okay.
Is that all I want? Yeah, that's all I wanted from there. Let's go back. Matter of fact, go to Jeremiah 7. Jeremiah 7, verse 17 through 19.
Jeremiah 7 verse 17.
So now that we have Astarte, or the groves introduced, this is what we were doing also at this time. Jeremiah 7. Read that.
Come. Jeremiah 7 verse 17. Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem?
They were doing this in the cities and the streets. You know they was doing it in the temple. Read on.
The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger.
So they were doing food and drink offerings to Astarte at these groves. The people. This was happening in the outer courts, because the outer courts was where the people operated. So they were sitting back here bringing food and drinks for the Queen of Heaven, and the further you go down, they were doing more debaucherous things in the name of these same idols. The crazy thing, he says, the wickedness, the people were wicked, but the leaders were even more wicked. They took it to the next level. Okay? Because the power, we're going to go into it. We'll go into it. I don't want to sit back here and overshoot the point.
And when you look at the food and drink during holiday seasons, why do they bring out nutmeg and nutmeg drinks always at the certain time of the year? Mm-hmm. When you look at nutmeg, it's one of the most powerful, psychotic drugs that you can take. Just nutmeg alone will send you into outer space. It's not.
Don't they put like liquor in there too?
No, nutmeg alone will have your mind going as a psych drug. But all these things like coquita, or Ephraim got that. They drink that coquito. Is it coquito? Yes, it's that rum mixed with spices. But or we drink the eggnog with the Hennessy.
That's what it is.
The eggnog.
That's what I was thinking.
The eggnog mixed with the rum or the Hennessy. These drinks are holiday drinks, but these drinks are not new. All these drinks have some type of significance to deities. The milk. When you look at the Saturnalian festival, that Saturnalian festival, using the milk, dipping it in foxtails, and sprinkling it on women, and slapping the vaginas for the purpose of fertility. That was or kissing under the holly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The which is the male genitals of the holly plant, the mistletoe.
That's crazy.
Which is actually poisonous. But you kissing under the mistletoe is a sign and an object of we want a fertile year. Yep. So you kiss under the male genitalia of the plant itself, which is those red berries that's on the mistletoe. Everything is symbolic.
Yep. We're going to read into that because the understanding behind this wickedness is explained in this book we're about to go into. But everything you're saying is perfectly right. Matter of fact, let's do it now. Let's start it now. This is a book called The Golden Bow, and it explains a lot of idolatry and the philosophy behind the idolatry and what people were doing in those fertility cults, because that's what they were called back in the day. Mm-hmm. That whether it was worshiping Baal or Astarte, it was the worship. They were fertility cults, and it was the worship of them. Okay, and there's a lot of reading, but I think it's important. So, Golden Bow, page 376. It's called The Myth of Adonis. This is the paragraph. Now, Adonis, another name for Adonis, was Tammuz.
Yep.
Okay. So it says the spectacle. You know what?
And if you go,
I'm gonna read a little bit of it, but I'm gonna wait till we get to the last part where they start really tapping into what they were doing.
And if you go to the two Babylons, mm-hmm. Tammuz is also Bacchus.
Yes.
And the Roman god Bacchus, mm-hmm. which is the god of fertility and wine and revelry. So whether it's Adonis, it's Nimrod, Tammuz, Osiris.
It's all the same thing.
Okay. Saturn.
Exactly. Let me read just the beginning part to kind of give the understanding behind why these ceremonies were so important and why the act of the imagery of the phallic symbols and the male and woman genitalia, why was it so important? Okay. The spectacle of the great changes which annually pass over the face of the earth has powerfully impressed the minds of men in all ages and stirred them to meditate on the cause of transformations so vast and wonderful. Okay, so this is talking about people they were always amazed over the changing of the seasons, the changing of times, the changing of the weather. They couldn't get over how powerful and how important the changing of times were and how impactful it was. Their curiosity has not been purely disinterested, for even the savage cannot fail to perceive how intimately his own life is bound up with the life of nature. So once again, this is kind of like tapping into the spirit of Gaia, like present day Gaia, is spirit of the worshiping and the adorning of nature, and how we're connected to nature, and how we have to serve nature if we want nature to serve us. This is the beginning principles of it. But that principle of that thinking goes into Baal and Astarte worship. Okay? It says, their curiosity has not been purely disinterested, for even the savage cannot fail to perceive how intimately his own life is bound up with the life of nature, and how the same processes which freeze the stream and strip the earth of vegetation menace him with extinction. So people's fear have always been about extinction and death. And if it gets too cold, crops freeze over, we can't sustain ourselves. So that fear of death and that fear of extinction is the motivation behind idolatry in this realm. At a certain stage of development, men seem to have imagined that the means of averting, meaning getting away or escaping, the threatened calamity were in their own hands. So they're saying we can avert suffering and loss if we take matters into our own hands. So this is still, now in an ancient way, this is what idolatry is about. Let me tap into serving these other idols so I can control my destiny. Versus living a life of service and being subject to the Most High, taking and blessing and giving away the things that we need. So from the very beginning, even the pursuit of idolatry was the pursuit of control. Was the pursuit of controlling your own life. And feeling that I had the power to take my life where I need to take it. To protect myself from the dangers that were coming. This is the thinking of an idolatrous person. Now we can sit back and say, man, these guys are idiots. They were barbaric. They didn't understand the natures of seasons and winter and summer and moon and all that. I mean, winter, spring, summer, all that good stuff. But we do the same thing now. We just don't get caught up into the seasons. But our whole existence as a whole is about taking matters into our own hands and fighting for control. Because that's the root of the idolatry. So it says, accordingly, they performed ceremonies and recited spells to make the rain to fall, the sun to shine, animals to multiply, and the fruits of the earth to grow. This is what the fertility cults were about. If I pray to these gods, I'm going to get my animals are going to multiply, my sheep are going to increase. Yep. I can survive this winter. I'll have my fruits will swell in the spring, so I'll have enough to sustain myself through the cold times. I don't have enough trust in the Most High to just do things the right way and give him his due and wait for him to come through for me.
But if I appease these other gods, they can satisfy my needs quicker.
But this is what we do even in America. Who do I got to sit back here and work for and lock into so I can live comfortable? That's really what we do.
So my needs will be taken care of. So
my needs, I don't got to worry about nothing. I don't want to feel stressed out about what's going to happen to me next month, next year. So if I do these things and submit myself this way, I'll be comfortable. That is what idolatry, that is what motivates idolatry.
It's a backdoor way of being taken care of.
Without having to sit back here and wait day to day for the Most High and be subject to serving him. And having tight days and weeks and months and years because of my disobedience. We don't want to live by that type of pressure.
That's faith.
But that's the point. We don't want to live by faith. We want to have a comfortable path. So we can sit back and look at Israel and say, these idolatrous guys were maniacs. But were they? They were sitting back here. They were. The answer is yes. But the reason behind it is more like how we operate now. We would rather have a comfortable, easy life than live by faith. So, they performed ceremonies and recited spells to make the rain fall, so forth and so on. They now pictured to themselves the growth and decay of vegetation, the birth and death of living creatures, as effects of the waxing and waning strength of the divine beings of gods and goddesses who were born and died, who married and begot children on the pattern of human life. So what they're saying is, when the spring and summer's up, the guys that are in charge of the growing of the earth are alive.
And the Romans would call those particular gods Numina. That's why you read that in history, you see Numina or Numea is a multitude of gods. But Numina is the spirit that's within spring, that's within the wood, that's within the water, the spirit that's within the dirt. So they had a name and they had a servitude and a way of worship to satisfy and appease those gods.
So what they're saying is when you start getting to the fall and the winter, those guys that are in charge of growth died. So now I got to sit back and pray and acknowledge
And do sacrifice.
Do sacrifice to get them to have a speedy recovery from their death cycle now to their alive cycle.
Then we're going to burn incense to them.
We're going to do a lot more than that. We're going to burn incense and do a whole lot of other stuff.
Yep.
A lot of activities. It's going to explain. But yes, we're going to burn incense and other stuff to try to recognize and acknowledge these dormant spirits, to try to get them to come back up earlier for our advantage. Okay? They now pictured to themselves the growth and decay of vegetation, the birth and death of living creatures as effects of the waxing and wanting strength of divine beings, of gods and goddesses, who were born and died, who married and begot children on the pattern of human life. Thus, the old magical theory of the seasons was displaced, or rather supplemented, by a religious theory. So now they made a religion of the cycles of the seasons, because people lived and died off of harvest.
That's what Lent is. Lent means spring.
Come.
Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, is the celebration of bringing in spring.
Yep. And the celebration, this is our survival, is this harvest that we got. So it says, for although men now attributed the annual cycle of change primarily to corresponding changes in their deities, they still thought that by performing certain magical rites, they could aid the god who was the principle of life in his struggle with their opposing principle of death. So all the burning of incense and the rituals behind it was their aiding of these idols in the performance of the bringing life on the earth. They imagined that they could recruit his failing energies and even raise him from the dead. The ceremonies they observed for this purpose were in substance. Check this out. The ceremonies, everything they did in acknowledgement of these idols, they observed for this purpose were in substance a dramatic representation of the natural processes which they wished to facilitate. So what they were doing on earth was, in the physical, what they wanted the gods to accomplish in the spiritual. So if they wanted, they said, for it is a familiar tenet of magic that you can produce any desired effect by merely imitating it.
Yeah.
So they're saying, listen, if I need my crops to grow, I have to tap into the spirit of reproduction. So this is why I need these temple prostitutes to deal with the act of reproduction. Copulation is going to sit back and be the spark needed for my land to grow. And this is where it was about embracing the duality of man, embracing the masculinity and the femininity of men.
It makes
and this is where the debauchery kicked in. So now we're sitting back here, men were the 70 elders and all these leading men were tapping into debauchery with young prostitute men and women to sit back and reproduce or to create a tenet of what we want for our crops to grow. And the land and everything around us in our land to grow. In order for our land and our properties to benefit, I got to sit back here and speed the process and help and assist the idols I'm serving to hurry. Don't forget, this was the 6th month of the year when Ezekiel was seeing this. It's the end of the summer. Now the weather's starting to change. It's getting colder. So now we got to sit back and do these ceremonies to hurry up and bring back spring. So what do I got to do to sit back here and bring the attention and speed up this guy from his dormant state? Let me sit back and do all of these actions to imitate and mimic what reproduction is. so I can bring back the gods to get my crops to grow more, to sit back and bring all the things I need so I can have more in my pocket.
And the Babylonians did that also. They had the notion that there was a spiritual god or deity that oversaw the events on earth. Mm-hmm. So you had to use astrology to petition that particular spirit to intercede for you on earth. Mm-hmm. Yep. So you would mimic something on earth in order to get a sign from the gods of heaven.
But what you're mimicking is the act of how nature produces itself. If I need to grow my cattle, then I have to sit back and still do these sex acts. Even me and Yashala years ago went into this class, and it went into a lot of what wickedness people would do to sit back and get the attention of these idols. And sex magic was one of the things they did. I don't want to go too heavy into it, but the book explains it. All of these actions were mimicked to get the attention of the gods to assist them in helping themselves.
The lower level powers.
In lower level powers, and the Most High said never to even deal with.
Yeah, what it shows is, you know, with Cain and Abel, Cain forced the ground, right? So what made Cain wicked? I'm not saying he did witchcraft. What made him wicked is the fact he forced the natural process. Mm-hmm. He forced the ground. When witchcraft, what is the element of witchcraft in spirit that's wicked or off? It's about the spirit forcing the hand.
We talked about it on Monday.
Most High, yeah.
On Monday we said men want to manufacture their happiness.
Yep.
Force the ground.
That's the point. Forcing the ground, manufacturing your will, and not allowing the Most High to sit back here and come through so you know without a shadow of a doubt it's Heavenly Father. Israel has been avoiding servitude and avoiding rescinding control from the beginning of time. This is just how mankind forces the course of the river to get what they want. Versus just learning how to wait and serve and have your blessings be predicated upon your obedience.
Because there's the Cain path and there's the Abel path. Mm-hmm. Abel's path was constancy in the concept of I'm going to be meditative of the Father. I'm going to be joyful in the Father. I'm going to give the Most High my best. I'm going to be the spirit that pleases Him. And by that spirit that I'm in, the Most High may or will bless me.
Yep.
Whereas the opposite manner of thinking is, you know what? I'm going to make it happen my way. I'm going to force it my way. I'm going to get, that's even before Nimrod. But still the spirit, that Cain mindset is a Nimrod mindset. I'm going to force my will. And when you go into studying witchcraft, and I recommend people do it. But
don't do it. Better not do it.
I'm not recommending people do it. But they say it's about tapping into your imagination. Mm-hmm. So you bring this information out, now I understand. They say when you're trying to cast a spell on somebody, you have to use your imagination and use these words. You're trying to imagine these spirits doing certain things. So when you're sitting here trying to tap in the spiritual realm, you can't physically see it because you're not meant to do it. Mm-hmm. So let me imagine this physical, spiritual realm.
Yep.
And let me go to the action of the spiritual realm to get these lower level deities and force my path.
But think about this. You're there, and these men are doing this on the grounds of the temple. Mm. And this is why the Most High was like livid at.
No
You're doing it on my grounds, my hallowed grounds. You're tapping into this level of Satanism. Because really the Satanism is about I gotta take matters into my own hands and force my will and control my life so I can guarantee. What do I gotta do to guarantee peace? To guarantee stability in my realm.
My form of peace.
My form of peace. Because the peace the Most High gives us isn't good. I don't want the Most High's form of peace. I don't like that form of peace because I got to work too hard and I got to serve too hard.
It takes too long.
It takes too long. I got to serve too hard to get that response.
And with the numerous classes that Shamshawan went into in the past, when we had certain holidays based on themes, it's just different cultures have their own way of doing it. But it's
and different names behind it. And we're going to go into it.
And then you and Yashar went into how it taps into the entheogens, dealing with certain plants that get high. Those grows.
And we're going to go into that.
Okay.
We're going to go into some of that at least. Did you want to pull this up, Shamshawan?
Yeah, just one more in Malachi chapter 1 and verse 10.
Malachi 1 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
Who's reading?
Anybody, well, whoever had it.
Malachi chapter 1 and 10. Who is there even among you that would shut the doors for naught?
Jump down to verse 12.
12. But ye have profaned it, and that ye say the table of the Most High is polluted.
He said, but the things that we look at as deserving respect when it comes to the Most High's name, he said we're contemptible. And I'm gonna get that definition.
Oh.
We profane the Most High's name because it's based on how we look at the Most High. How do we look at the Most High? Read.
And the fruit thereof, even as meat, is contemptible.
He said because what the Most High has to give you, you don't want what the Most High has to give you because it's contemptible, meaning it says, let me get the definition.
I got it right here. To despise.
Yeah, it says to despise, but it says a display of contemptible cowardice. The truth of it is you're a coward. And you're too afraid to wait on the Lord to take care of you.
Yep.
You're really a coward.
And that's what the Most said, prove me therewith. Prove me I won't come through for me.
Right.
Just do the work.
And he said, I'll pour out a blessing out of your windows that you will not be able to bear.
God.
But a lot of people that run from the Lord and let the Lord feed you, you're too much of a coward to stay and bear the brunt of being patient to let the Lord feed you. He said, but that's how we look at the Most High. But it's really, we're the cowards.
Yep.
And this is why we seek alternatives, ways of being taken care of.
Easier pass.
It's easier. There's a backdoor approach. There's an alternative. I can seek an alternative caregiver. Why would I want any other caregiver but the Most High?
God.
Because really I'm a coward.
Yep.
But I'd rather put it on the Lord and say, He don't come through.
Yep.
I'd rather put that, reverse it and put an Uno card and say it's the Lord's fault. You take too long to bless me. You're not giving me what I want.
And really, listen, and we don't like the caliber blessings the Most High gives us. Because He gives us blessings based on our works. We want more than that.
Huh.
Half the time, we're just not content with what He gives us. We're ungrateful and unappreciative. And whatever He gives us, that's not satisfactory enough. We want more. So let me manufacture these oddball ways to get more. It's about more. We want more than what the Most High gives us. Didn't the Scripture say our daily bread should be enough? And that's the Lord's prayer, right?
That's what Christ said pray for.
That's the Lord's prayer. Our daily bread. But we don't want our daily bread. We want more than our daily bread. That's the problem. And because we want more than our daily bread, which the Most High specifies. Remember we read it two Mondays ago. He said, I'm going to ration you your manna. I'm gonna ration you your angel's food. I'm not going to give you a whole bunch.
Use the word rate. He'll give it to you at a certain rate.
I'm not going to even give you overabunding manna. I'm going to give you just enough for you and your family, and I'm doing that to judge how you're going to handle it.
We said this light bread.
Well, later on they said this is light ass bread. But He says He gave you just enough for your body. But we want that. You know, we want to feel full after we eat. We're like, oh man, I got all I want. I'm going to sleep now.
Yeah.
But the Most that's not how He operates. I'm gonna give you what you need, and I'm gonna see if you're happy with that. And because we're not, we go and take matters in our own hands to get more, and wonder why the Most High is disgusted with us.
I'm not satisfied.
That's the point.
He says that. Next verse.
What verse is this?
Malachi
1 and 13 now. He said also, behold.
He said, ye say, this is what makes the Most High angry. He said, ye say also, behold what?
What a weariness is it?
He said, what a weariness it is for what? What are you so tired of?
Brothers do it all the time.
What are you so tired? Why are you so tired? What are you so weariness to be tired? What are you tired of?
Yes, but how you doing, brother? You know, just battling.
Ain't nobody working that hard.
Battling for the Most High.
I'm tired of going through what I'm going through.
Damn, bro.
You know, we're tired of waiting on the Lord.
That's the answer.
Waiting on the Lord to come through. He said, so serving the Lord, we act like it's such a burden to serve the Lord.
That's what Jeremiah says, the burden of the Lord.
Yep.
Moses says, say not the burden of the Lord.
Not the burden of the Lord. We don't say, we should be saying how inferior my work ethic is.
Nope.
How inferior my
I don't trust. How much I don't trust.
That's the real answer.
Yeah. I really don't believe in the Lord.
Yeah.
But we won't say that though. We'll say, man, the Lord take too long. We'll put it on Him as it's His fault why I don't have what I want. And things aren't going my way in life.
Yeah.
He said, but we say, What a weariness it is. Like serving the Lord is problematic. Like it's troublesome.
And he has the problem.
Like the Most High is causing you such vexation in your life. Read.
From the top, we'll continue.
Yeah, continue.
And ye have snuffed at it.
And you say serve the Lord for what? To snuff at just means to huff at or to murmur under your breath, to make small noises under your breath. Serve the Lord for what? The Most High? Please. Man, you be waiting all day. You wasting your life waiting on the Lord. Trusting in the Most High? Not these days. I got to get it by any means possible.
Yeah, snuff means resentment.
I got to get mine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got to get yours. I got to get mine. Wait on the Lord, take too long. So I got to go seek my own happiness. Read on.
Say the Most High of hosts.
Go ahead.
And he brought
They said, but this is the problem. This is why the relationship is so sour between the Most High and us. He said, because we bring what?
And he brought that which was torn.
He said, you bring sacrifices that's broken. You don't even bring a full sacrifice. You bring a half-ass effort to the Lord, expecting a big blessing, and wonder why he don't bless. Because we bring that which is torn, man. We bring a piece of an offering. We don't bring the full offering.
Full spirit.
You don't bring your whole. You don't put your heart into what you do for the Lord. If you put your heart into what you do for the Lord, you'll watch the Most High recompense you and reward you.
That's crazy.
Read.
And the lame.
He said, and you bring what's lame. You bring
They that lame shit.
that lame shit, priest.
Yeah.
Well, the brother actually say that.
Yeah, he actually said that.
Y'all that lame stuff,
But he
priest.
said it humble. He says, bro, I got a question, bro. I have a question now.
Yeah.
What is it? Why y'all all on that lame shit, priest?
Yeah.
Why you didn't say all real? Why you have to be all polite? Then try to come at him.
Sacrifice, priest.
Yeah.
That's lame.
You know, make me do more than what I want to do.
Exactly. That's all it was.
He said, but we bring lame sacrifices and wonder why the Most High don't reward us with what we want. Because you got a half a heart into what you do. You don't put your full heart into it. Read on.
And the sick.
And you bring what's sick to the Most High. You don't bring the best of what you have to give.
Nope.
You take the flock. You pick the animal that's sick, lame, and is about to die anyway.
Yep.
You got one-horn animals. You got three-legged.
Hop along.
You got three-legged goats coming to the Lord, and you wonder why the Most High don't reward.
That's all I have.
Yeah, that's what I got. That's all I got left. Read.
Thus ye brought an offering.
He said, but that's what you give me, but you expect me to give you my best. It doesn't work that way.
And because we don't like that dynamic, let me go and serve other idols.
I'll bypass the Lord and I'll go get my happiness somewhere else. I'll find my pleasure somewhere else.
So fertility cults just was what we did back then. But it's still about our people just not wanting to serve the Most High the way He wants to be served, and we have to manufacture our blessings the way we need to manufacture.
Yep.
Keep
Finish
going.
that.
Should I accept this of your hand?
And that's why the Most High asked us that question. Should I accept what you bring to me? But you want to be taken care of. You want things in life. But look at what you do for me. And you want me to accept that? Read.
Say it the Most High.
And that's the Most High talking. So this is why things are at an imbalance in life. Because what we have to give the Lord is not equal to what it takes to really serve Him appropriately. Because we're really cowards. We really don't want to give the Most High a whole heart because we really don't trust all the way. We don't trust the Most High all the way. I just want to finish with that. And
no, you got to read 14.
Yeah.
Because 14, it says that's what you said. Read that.
In 14. But cursed be the deceiver.
This person is a deceiver because he has more to give and he doesn't want to give it.
Yep.
But
that's what makes it what it's going to say. A deceiver is a person who gives, who sandbags his effort.
Yep.
You give 70%, but you got 100. That's Israel now that wants to pace themselves. They can give 100%, but they want to pace themselves every day and wonder why they don't get blessed. But there's a lot of Israelites that pace themselves, but don't give their whole
spirit. You get more to Esau than you do to the Most High.
That's the point.
Yeah.
He said, but cursed be the deceiver. Read on.
Wow.
Which hath in his flock a male.
You got a healthy male in your flock.
Yep.
But you giving this torn, tattered effort. You giving this scrawny, broke leg damn sheep. But you got a cattle in your flock.
You got a strong ox at the house.
Kind ox, but you won't give this raggedy one.
That's all I got.
But that's the lie. That's the deceiver to the Most High. You give 70% of your effort, and you tell yourself this is all you can give. But then you're just dumbfounded as to why the Lord don't bless you and acknowledge that 70% effort.
I'm mad at him.
Yeah, but keep reading.
And vow it, and sacrifice it unto the Most High, a corrupt.
You gonna give a corrupt effort, a weak lame blessing, but you got a better blessing at the house that you just withhold from the Lord.
You have ability.
But that's why I say this is about us now. You have more to give, you don't give it, then the Most High sits back here and checks you on it. Then you're mad at God because you don't get the blessing you deserve. But you give minimal effort, and you have more in the tank, but you don't want to give more in the tank.
So we'd rather go do some voodoo.
And that's where the voodoo kicks in.
Yeah.
And Martha, you're a deceiver because you lie to yourself and you're trying to lie to the Heavenly Father. But He sees right through you. That was right exactly what you were saying on verse 14. Finish that up.
For I am a great king.
And that's why the Most High has to let it be known, you can trust me, man. You can trust me. Why are you holding back? Because that's what our people do. They withdraw themselves. They don't trust the Most High. That's why the Most High got to say, I am a great king. I'm worthy to be honored and respected. Read.
Say it, the Most High of hosts.
That's it.
No, we don't.
Finish.
And my name is dreadful among the
Even the nations fear me more than you.
Listen, the nations know.
Yep.
They just know when we out of order, it's gonna be all good.
Like,
it's gonna be all good. It's gonna be all good.
They got more trust than we do. And that's why I said at verse 11. I hate to bring that point out, but go jump up to verse 11.
11. For from the rising of the sun, even unto the going down of the same, my name shall be great among the Gentiles.
Now the Most High got to start working with who?
Yeah, because you don't appreciate it. You give me half of your spirit. The nations give me more of their spirit than you will.
So the Most High elevates the Gentiles. And then we go back on the bottom.
Because you know what the nations respect? They respect power. Niggas don't respect power. They don't respect power. They don't. Comfort. They respect comfort and ease. The nations respect power. And the Most High says, I'm the all powerful. I'm the king. Serve me. They's like, okay, if I got to do that, I'll get power later on. They at least acknowledge that. We can't even give the Most High His due benevolence. Anyway, okay. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna like finish up here. This golden bow. We were talking about this thick cloud of incense and Israel creating these images of these creeping things and abominable beasts all on the wall of the inner courtyard. So then we just read. It says the ceremonies which they observed for this purpose were in substance a dramatic representation of the natural process which they wished to facilitate. So if I need my animals to reproduce, if I need my land to grow, if I need my harvest to improve, I got to perform ceremonies which are sexual in nature to recreate the image and the ideal of production in my home. Or if I need more sons, I need more children, I need more ranch hands, then I got to do all these actions to facilitate the gods to assist me more because I'm doing it in their name. Now, then it says, for it is a familiar tenet of magic that you can produce any desired effect by merely imitating it. But that's the catch. If you visualize it, you can get it. This is why all those, you have in your vision board at the house. I put all the things you want and just visualize it. That is the tenets of magic. That's sorcery.
Or you got
I don't know if you've seen black folks in the house with their vision board. They got all these things that you want, and if you visualize it, you'll get it. That's magic.
But you don't visualize doing more work.
You don't visualize
more scriptures, more work, more prayer, more correction.
Nope.
You don't imagine that. I don't see no vision board with that on.
You imagine having things. Having the things you want.
Less control.
Less control. More servitude.
More servitude.
Yeah. But that is idolatry. Imagining what you want and visualizing what you want and pursuing it. Where you gonna say your hand up?
As I said, manifesting.
Listen, and Jake talks that crowd. Manifesting, son. Manifesting God.
Yeah.
Is that?
It's the New Age religion.
I know it. It is. Listen, Rosicrucianism talks about that. It talks about visualizing what you want. That's a form of magic and idolatry. Anyway, so it says.
Or you got the elephants with the trunk up facing the door.
Oh yeah.
Cause
What's the trunk supposed to do?
The trunk with the trunk up supposed to bring prosperity.
Come on, bro.
So the elephant got to have the trunk facing up, the little elephant statue, and it's got to be facing the door. It's got to be angled a certain way. They got to face the door so it brings prosperity and money into the house. So
why don't you just obey the Lord and change, bro, and good things that happen to you? We don't want to do this. It's easier to pursue these magical processes, elephants and shit, than it's to change to the Lord. So, it says, and as they now explain the fluctuations of growth and decay, of reproduction and dissolution, by the marriage and by death, and the rebirth or revival of the gods, their religious, or rather magical dramas, turned in great measure on these themes. So whatever's going on in your life, you recreate something in the physical to project what you want in the flesh.
Spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
In the imagination.
But you're sitting back here performing it out in some physical reenactment that requires you losing some virtue in the flesh.
And this is the high science behind these stargates and these portals that like CERN over in Switzerland.
Yes.
The super collider they built and scrapped in Texas. That's the science behind these super colliders.
They'll sit back here and put these what do you call it, telescopes on certain stars and perform rituals on these stars. I don't want to go too heavy into it, but they're really into this. What Aleister Crowley was heavy into that.
They're detailed.
Yes. He knows what's going on. But yeah, let's keep going, bro. Let's keep going. I'm trying to condense it and not get too crazy.
It just shows that there's an alternative methodology because I don't want to keep the commandments and I want to submit to counsel and wisdom.
Yes. So anyway, it says, they set forth the fruitful union of the powers of fertility, the sad death of one, at least, of the divine partners, and his joyful resurrection. Thus, a religious theory was blended with a magical practice. The combination is familiar in history. Indeed, very few religions have ever succeeded in wholly extricating themselves from the old trammels of magic. This is what he's saying. This is why Christianity has a lot of this magic in it, with all the religions, with the celebrating of Christmas and the accepting of Halloween, and all these concepts were always intermingled to please the pagan crowd that was into the magic. Very few belief systems have none of this element in it. Okay? Then it says, I don't want to go too much further in it. I'll go later. We'll go into more of it as we continue. There's a little more about Tammuz.
It's safe to say,
but I don't want to go into heavy. It's too much.
It's going to bring up Tammuz in Ezekiel.
Yeah, and that's why I want to wait. I just wanted to kind of. I went early into this to explain the winged animals, all the four-legged creatures, and the relevance behind that. It was the serving of these fertility gods, and they were performing reenactments based upon what they wanted in the flesh. And it was being performed on the court, the inner court of the yard. There were actual reenactments they were doing in the temple, these 70 elders, that caused the Most High to be so pissed off at. Okay. So,
right here. This is simple scripture. Not what we do.
Okay.
Joshua 24:2. Oh, we'll go to 24 and 14. That'd be one. Says the same thing multiple times. That's the summary. Joshua 24 verse 14.
Joshua 24 and 14. Now, therefore, fear the Most High.
So we're supposed to fear and have consciousness towards the Lord. Read.
And serve Him in sincerity and in truth.
Not as deceivers.
Yep.
Trying to give the Most High, tell him it's a quarter and I'm handing him a nickel.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Read.
And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood.
Put away the deities that we served on the what? Other side of the flood.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always been an alternative, carnal,
option,
negative option even before the flooding of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not new. Read.
And in Egypt.
And as Egypt was to say, the more modern reenactment of that same methodology. Read.
In serving Yahweh, the Most High.
I'm supposed to serve the Most High regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Not based on what nation resurrects those old methodologies. Rome resurrected the old methodology. Greeks resurrected the old methodology. Egypt resurrected the old methodology. And before that, the ancient Babylonians. And then before that, what? Well,
ancient Sumerians.
The ancient Sumerians.
Mm-hmm. And then the Ugaritic culture. Then Akkadian culture, which still goes back to Nimrod.
All those cultures almost had to flood it out because he was flooding out the alternatives.
It's called pre-Diluvian society.
He was flooding pre-Diluvian society so that we can just focus on one God, one method, one way.
Yep.
And we keep bringing it back. Like ham. That's that.
Now we got prayer beads on our neck.
It's still elements of this same rebellion. So, let's go back to Ezekiel 8. Let's go from verse 12. And we're going to read through, let's say the 7th. No, let's go to 16. Read that.
Ezekiel 8 and verse 12. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark?
They say they do it where?
In the dark.
It's all at night. It's all at nighttime. Yep. This whole scene is at night.
You know that
everybody's quiet. They got them lights on up in the top of the hill.
You know what that means? That means they're pretending to serve the Lord in the daytime.
Exactly.
And then at night they got a whole different theme.
One person comes out.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Then those guys with the purple hoodies come out. They got the and that little chant. Oh, yeah, the purple joints on out. What's that? There's something not. But let's keep going on.
Them Siths come out. The Siths of Jewland come
out. The Jew Siths.
Yeah.
But let's keep going.
God, every man in the chambers of his imagery.
In the chambers of his imagery.
Wow.
Whatever they want, whatever they're imagining, they've created their own little loop. We just talked about it in the book. Whatever they need, whatever they want, they've created their own imagery and their own enactment. Their own
ritual.
Everybody had their own ritual based upon what they wanted in the flesh.
Even in sports, that happens. Don't they have in sports a little bit? Or I know LeBron.
Not everybody knows.
LeBron's a little.
No, whatever imagery nobody knows about.
Okay.
Whatever LeBron's doing at night to get championships, I know. But he's doing something where you really can't see. He might do his little hand signals before games, so like that. But yeah, I know. I've seen that one too. I know the rhyme, all that stuff. I know.
They go to Epstein Island at night, bro.
Oh, they got Epstein every night, whenever they want it. So let's keep going.
Come. Verse 12. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark? Every man in the chambers of his imagery.
So listen, everybody has their own wants and needs, and they're going about feeding that. Read on.
Well, they say.
And they're enacting a ceremony that mirrors what they want in the flesh. Yeah. But you got to give up the flesh to get the flesh. Okay, read on.
For they say, the Lord seeth us not. The Lord hath forsaken the earth.
So listen, they don't think the Most High sees it because it's nighttime. And the people don't see it.
Come on.
This is very simple thinking. When we get weak, we don't care about the Most High seeing us either. Read on.
He said also unto me, Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than that.
He says, look deeper, and there's even worse than what this original burning incense and the serving of other idols is.
This is light stuff, right?
He says, all this worshiping of creatures and stuff, we're going to kind of tap into what we're about to read next is about the enactments of what people physically do. It's going to go into we talked about the enactments and the physical, their imagery. But we're going to go into the actions that go behind the imagery now. Read on.
Verse 14. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north.
Now that's the gate of the Lord's house. Now we're here. We're in this inner court part. Okay? Deeper in the inner court. Read on.
And behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz.
Listen, there sat women weeping for Tammuz, we're going to have to go into this a little bit. Because it sounds kind of, we know it's wicked, but crying for a God doesn't seem that bad. We're going to go into what the hell that means. Okay? So, we're back in the Golden Bow, and we're in page 378. It says now, nowhere apparently have these rites been more widely and solemnly celebrated than in the lands which border the eastern Mediterranean, under the names Osiris, Tammuz, Adonis, and Attis. The peoples of Egypt, like we talked about, Moses not to tap into, and Western Asia presented the yearly decay and revival of life. So this is the yearly process of decaying and revival. Now, at this particular time, in their perception, the earth was decaying. Okay, because it was in September. The earth was starting to die.
It goes back to that the winter time.
That's my point.
Okay, cool.
And September was going towards the fall.
Okay,
it was the beginning of the decay. Okay, so it says the peoples of Egypt and Western Asia represented, because Israel is referred to as Asia, just so we know that. Represented the yearly decay and revival of life, especially of vegetable life, which they personified as a god who annually died and rose again from the dead. In the name and detail, the rites varied from place to place. There were different remixed versions of what was actually done. In substance, they were the same. The supposed death and resurrection of this Oriental deity, which is Eastern and Western Asia, a god of many names, but of especially one nature, is now to be examined. We begin with Tammuz or Adonis. Okay, then it says the worship of Adonis was practiced by the Semitic peoples of Babylon, Syria, and the Greeks brought it from early as 7th century. Adonis means from the word Adonai, like Lord. Okay, in the religious literature of Babylonia.
Like Lord,
Lord is Lord.
Baal is Lord too.
But Baal was the father of Tammuz. So it's different.
Okay.
So in the religious literature of Babylonian, Tammuz appears as a youthful spouse or lover of Ishtar, the mother goddess, the embodiment of the reproductive energies of nature. It goes back into reproduction. On Mother Nature, the male deity. Okay? And it says, but we gather from them that every year Tammuz was believed to die, passing away from the cheerful earth to the gloomy subterranean world, and that every year his divine mistress journeyed in quest of him. So this is what the weeping of Tammuz was. It was the weeping that Tammuz just passed, and that when in Tammuz's passing represents the fall coming into the spectrum.
Not the Most High.
No, this ain't nothing to do with the Most High. Then it says his death appears to have been annually mourned. Now that's to the shrill music of flutes by men and women about midsummer in the month named after him, the month of Tammuz. So as that summer turning into fall is when they're weeping for him because the seasons are about to change.
Yep.
Okay. And that's September. September is still warm, but it's about to get chilly outside. Mm-hmm. Then it says, let's just go into the real stuff, man. That kind of broke down. Listen, I just kind of give a little idea of the weeping. They physically cried because he was about to die. But then you had to give something up to help bring this guy back to vivaciousness.
So how do you bring him back?
Oh, we're about to read about how to get him back. Yeah. This is 390 in the same book. It says, the date at which this Alexandrian, now this is how they worship Tammuz in Alexandria, and we know we live in Alexandria, was observed is not expressly stated. Now, we read that it was an annual thing in certain countries, right?
Right.
We read that. We just read it. It says, but from the mention of the ripe fruits, it has been inferred that it took place in late summer. In the great Phoenician sanctuary of Astarte at Biblios, the death of Adonis was who? Tammuz. Was annually mourned. to the shrill wailing notes of the flute, with weeping, lamentation, and beating of the breast. But next day he was believed to come to life again and ascend to heaven in the presence of his worshipers. The disconsolate believers left behind on earth shaved their heads, as the Egyptians did on the death of the divine bull Apis. Apis is still Tammuz. Okay? And Apis was that bull that was pulled up when Israel made that bull, when Aaron made that calf for him. The calf was the bull. In Exodus, he made that bull that this was. It wasn't like a little sheep cattle. It was a bull. Anyway, because after they were used to that bull Apis, it says women who could not bring themselves to sacrifice their beautiful tresses, mentions their hair. So the sacrifice every year women were supposed to cut their hair and shave it off in mourning of Tammuz. The women who didn't want to sacrifice their hair had to give themselves up to strangers on a certain day of the festival and to dedicate to Astarte the wages of their shame. So the women had to sit back here, cut their hair, or be taken by another man of another nation in front of everybody in the temple. And the money and the wages that she made from being a temple prostitute, she gave to the priestess of Astarte. This is what weeping for Tammuz was. So most of like that weeping for Tammuz right in the damn temple.
That's crazy.
And they weren't shaving their heads. The ones that, because listen, he said annually you got to shave your head. You don't cut your hair off every year. Look like Sinead O'Connor every year.
That's the game.
That's the catch.
Yeah. I don't want to cut my hair.
Yeah, that's because a woman's hair is her glory.
It's her glory. So either you won't cut your hair off, or you will get knocked down by some damn outsider, some Samaritan coming through and for everybody and defiling you and embarrassing your whole family. This is what was going on with the weeping of Tammuz.
It was a payday for the priests.
Con. But all this was happening in the place where the Most High's word was being taught in the daytime. And at nighttime, a whole other thing was going on.
I was going to say, another thing that I had learned about that was, as they're doing that throughout the year so that they don't feel shameful about it, they actually get comfortable with that act. But inside they are still mourning for that, every time it comes around.
Where'd you get that from?
That was something that I had read a while back, but it was due to a different nature of something. It's not specifically along the lines. It was more so along with like human trafficking, different things. But
well, listen, that frivolity was going on consistently. That, and listen, and the men were sitting back here and tapping into that crap as well.
It wasn't just the women.
It wasn't just the women. Listen, there's another one, page 384. In Cyprus, it appears. Listen. I'm gonna let that settle for a little bit. It said, listen, women were weeping for Tammuz, but men were dealing with them boys, them sodomites. This was a free for all, man. Listen, we talked about it in 2 Kings when Josiah was tearing down the sodomite houses. What image did you need? Obviously, you had to do that to get something that you wanted in the flesh.
A bunch of Medeas in there.
Yes.
It was like, try to be careful. So it was like
almost like prison.
Just punishment to experience the buck breaking.
What's that?
It was almost like a just recompense to experience like buck breaking.
I don't know what the hell it was. I'm gonna say
that's Greece being Greek.
I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know what it was, and I don't want to know what our version of weeping for Tammuz was. But I'm not. But I do know this: men, and through the research that I put into putting this class years ago with Yashar about, men had to experience the masculine side of serving a deity and the feminine side of serving a deity. We're reading right now about what women had to do to serve their deity. They had to sit back here and give up their flesh and be violated. Men had to tap into that feminine aspect also to tap into their deity also. It wasn't just women having to do this. Men had to get done this way also. Yes?
Well, I mean, look at serving the groves, which is Astarte worship.
Yeah.
The men had to play the opposite role.
That's my point. Because that was what the Assyrians were heavy into. The Assyrians, when they were in power, they were heavy into crossing genders, crossing age groups. This was a regular thing in the Assyrian Empire. But this is what it took to tap into the groves.
Yep.
And this is why whenever you read about the groves, right after that you read about the homosexuality.
Yeah, because the word Astarte also means Asherah.
Huh.
And when you and Asherim is the plural form of the poles that are used, made out of wood, and they're phallic symbols, they're penises, and men have to be done on those, and women have to be done on those in the grove. And these are sticks that stick out the ground that are carved up, and that's
and this is part of your service to that deity.
Yep.
But this is why when Jehoshaphat was eliminating all these groves, he had to kick his mother out because she was dealing with the groves. But right after you read the groves, you read about the Sodomites. Yep. It's like whenever you read about groves, next verse is Sodomites. When Josiah was taking out the groves, then he took out the Sodomite houses too, because it goes hand in hand.
They're connected.
They're connected. That's my point. For men worshiping Astarte, sodomy was right behind it.
Drugs and sodomy.
Well, that it goes into that. We're gonna read into that later. But this is the thing. So the women had to do their thing, and the men had to do their thing. This is what we were doing in the temple. And this is what was vexing the Most High so much.
And it's idolatry.
All of it's idolatry. And this is why they're pushing idolatry now. They just call it a 5-letter word. Movement. Starting with an L. Finishing with the Q. Come on, just say it. In the middle is the T. I'm sorry.
It makes sense when you look at even the months. June was the Pride month, but July is the trans month.
Say that again, sir.
June is the Pride month, but July is the trans month. So it kind of goes right into
seasons,
the seasonal aspect.
Would. But yeah. Listen. So let's finish this part out. 384. It says in Cyprus, it appears that before marriage. Now this is in this country. Before marriage, all women would formally obliged by custom to prostitute themselves to strangers at the sanctuary of the goddess, where whether she went by the name of Aphrodite, Astarte, or whatnot, it's all the same thing.
The same.
Okay,
Venus.
Similar customs prevailed in many of the western parts of Asia. Whatever its motive, the practice was clearly regarded, but it was a solemn religious duty. You can call it that, but it was still defilement, okay, to the mother goddess. And then it says, at Babylon, every woman, whether rich or poor, had once in their life had to submit to the embraces of a stranger at the temple of Melita. Now in Babylon, it was once a lifetime. In some places, it was every year. You had to weep for Tammuz. That's horrible. All of it's horrible. But this is of Ishtar or Astarte, and to dedicate to the goddess of wages, the wages earned by this sanctified harlotry. So the harlotry had to give money to the goddess of the temple of Astarte. The sacred precinct was crowded with women waiting to observe the custom. Some of them had to wait there for years until you got the money for it.
In other writings, it said that the ones that didn't look so good had to wait.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
you had to wait until somebody gave you the money. Yes, sir.
You got to pay for that too. Like it wasn't just common people who had 9-to-5 jobs that can afford them.
No, it was people that came from. I know
that can afford these temple prostitutes.
And they came from all different lands. That's what it was.
And then when they would throw the money down and say, "I do this in the name of Melita,"
exactly.
So they would do this. This is why when you go to a strip club, which we don't condone. This is why you see men throwing money on the pole.
Yeah.
The woman's on the pole.
Yep.
Men are throwing money at the woman on the pole. Yep. What does that represent?
That's the phallus.
No, that's the worship.
That's the worship of the goddess.
That's the worship recreated.
Mm-hmm.
When a man throws the money at the woman on the pole, you're recreating this same form of worship. Practice. This ancient sanctified. Yeah. What do you call it? Sanctified harlotry.
Sanctified harlotry.
Yeah.
That's where this all came from. And then it says, Somebody to wait there for years. And let me see. I think that's enough, man.
Can't go back home. I just don't wait out there.
You have to be out there, B. We'll be out there waiting.
Well, we say, they got the steak and fries for $3.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's why I'm just there for the lunch special.
That's it.
I'm very hungry.
Yeah. Okay, brother.
So
HEB's down the street. You can go. You can go get some grease, bro.
Yeah. You can get some grease. That's all. That's all about the week before Tammuz, man. So let's go to Ezekiel 8:14.
Ezekiel to the 8 and verse 14.
Some rosemary, some butter.
Yeah, you can do it.
Do your own thing.
Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north. And behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz.
Now we know what that means. Now we have a better idea of what that is.
Never said before, like, were they crying?
They were crying, and then there had to be some acts in another day of the ceremonies. What had to happen after they cried? One part of the ceremony was crying. The next day, you're going to cut your hair off, or you're going to have to sit back and handle your business in front of everybody. And this was happening on the grounds of the temple.
Yep.
It was that out in the open.
And Rome resurrected it in the worship of Bacchus.
Yeah.
Bacchus also means the lamented one.
That makes sense.
Bro. Which is what? Tammuz.
It's still Tammuz.
And they sat back and celebrated that in the dead of winter. And that was like the end of it. That was during, what was that time period in early December? It's always called Saturnalia.
Yeah.
That was during the time of Saturnalia. But let's continue in verse 15 in Ezekiel.
Come on, verse 15. Chapter 8. Then said he unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these.
He says, and then it gets even worse. Read on.
And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord.
Now we're at the door. Now we're at the front door. Now we're at the front door right here near the pillars. Okay? Read on.
Between the porch and the altar were about 25 men with their backs toward the temple of the Lord.
So now there was 25 men that were obviously men of renown, name, and respect. They sat back and had their face their face was to the altar and their back was turned from the temple. Uh-huh. This was symbolic of them really turning their back on the Heavenly Father.
The Most High.
Their back is turned from the Heavenly Father and is facing the east. Read on.
And their faces toward the east. And they worship the sun toward the east.
Now they're worshiping the sun god and turning their back on the Heavenly Father, where the altar was. Where the holy place and the Holy of Holies was. Now they're worshiping Baal. So Astarte was at the gate. Now we got Baal serving right here at the door of the altar. Read on.
Then he said unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man?
Hold this. Hold that and go to Deuteronomy 17, verse 1 through 6.
Deuteronomy 17 and 1.
Hold on a second. Deuteronomy 17, verse 1. Okay, read that.
Deuteronomy 17 and 1. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Most High thy power any bullock or sheep wherein is blemished, or any evil favoredness, for that is an abomination unto the Most High.
So what Michael was saying is that's what we was given, the Most High. We was given a lot of offerings that had ill favoredness to it.
Because that's how we looked at the Most High.
Kinda.
We looked at the Most High as ill favored, so that's why we gave him broken down, lax sacrifices.
Kinda. And that's how we do it now. Our effort is ill favored because we don't look at the Most High with favor now.
Yep.
Read on.
If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which the Most High thy power giveth thee, man or woman, that hath wrought wickedness in the sight of the Most High thy power, in transgressing his covenant, and hath gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun, or the moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded.
He says, if Most High says, if I see any woman or man serving the sun, read on.
And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing be certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel. Then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing upon thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shalt stone them with stones till they die.
Listen, worshiping the sun was a death penalty act. And we're sitting back here doing it just out in the open and just blatant with no shame, man. It's just no shame. We had no shame in the temple. Just worshiping whatever the hell we wanted to do. No respect to the Heavenly Father. No respect of anything. And we wonder why the Most High smashed us so hard. This was the 5th year of our the 6th year of our captivity. I mean, not our captivity. This is the 6th year of Zedekiah's reign. There was only 5 years left. And the Most High, you got to read later on, the spirit of the Most High left the temple out. It left Jerusalem. Before Babylon came and wiped them out, the spirit left it. Because he said, I'm done with these guys. I'm done protecting them. Because they've constantly turned their back on me.
Yes. Did it come back after that?
Later on, when we got brought back during the time of the Persian Medes. But after that, it was nothing there. The spirit left it. And when the spirit left, that's when Babylon came and wiped it out. So I'm not even going to protect this place anymore. I'm done with these guys. So, read on.
6. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses.
And you got to be careful. I want to say this too, because a lot of the poses that Eastern yoga, whether it's Pilates, a lot of the poses that they do, like that downward dog pose, that's actually an old pose to the sun. When you do that downward dog, you dip and you dive down and you on your stomach, you laying up like this. This is actually how they prostrated themselves in India, because that's where America brought those yogis, the yogis in, and brought in the Eastern philosophies, the exercises. But a lot of those exercises are rooted in idolatry and sun worship. A lot of those poses are rooted in sun worship. I mean, we do it out of ignorance now, but not knowing what it is. But you got, the scriptures say, "Be not ignorant of any matter, small or great." So you got to know where this stuff come from. Where does this downward dog pose come from when you pop up like this? Because that word in Ezekiel chapter 8, when he says, "Thou shalt worship," that word is shakah, means to prostrate yourself or to bow down yourself. There's poses specifically for sun worship, and you got to make sure you're not imitating these poses either. And no wrong with stretching your body out, working out, and exercising. But where's the origin of these poses come from? You know what I'm saying? You gotta know where it comes from. A lot of it comes from serving idolatry and sun worship. Just wanted to bring that out because that's true when you do the research on that. Also, if you can, go to Leviticus chapter 10, verse 1. We just read that sun worship is a death sentence. Mm-hmm. Leviticus chapter 10, verse 1.
Leviticus chapter 10 and verse 1. In the Biu, the sons of Aaron took either of them his censer.
We back to doing what? It's sun worship and censers. Burning incense.
Yep.
Fumigating.
Strange incense.
Hot boxing. 10 and 1.
Yep. There was definitely hot boxing going on back then, bro.
To fumigate by smoke. Yep. In an enclosed area. That's what it means to burn incense. Go ahead.
And put fire therein. It put incense thereon.
But what kind of incense? Frankincense? Myrrh?
No.
They put some calamus, some cassia, some cinnamon, some spikenard,
bro.
Some olive oil. Read on.
And offered strange fire before the Most High, which he commanded them not. And there went out the fire from the Most High and devoured them.
So because they brought strange fire and wanted to fumigate and put strange fire in the temple, the Most High brought strange fire from heaven on them. Read.
And they died before the Most High. Then Moses said unto Aaron, This is it that the Most High spake, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come by me.
He says, this is it. This is an example of what happened with Nadab and Abihu. He said, for this purpose, I'm killing these men for the purpose so that it will be known that anybody that comes to me, they better be sanctified.
Right.
I require that they be sanctified. Read on.
And before all the people, I will be glorified.
And the Most High said he's not going to have a bad name. You're not going to make his name look bad. But if you're reading in Ezekiel, These priests are making the Most High's name defiled. They're defiling the name of the Most High. So, read on.
And Aaron held his peace.
And Aaron had nothing to say, man. You just watch your sons get burnt from heaven, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And this was the first actual. They've been going through dry runs doing this, but this is the first hot run where all the nation was sitting back here and watching this happen for the first time. So we had to finish the process up. Moses says, "You better not stop. You're gonna die too."
Yep.
He had to sit back and keep going, and somebody else took the charred bodies out of the damn tabernacle. It's crazy out.
Yep.
But you got more than that?
No, that was it.
Let's go back now to Ezekiel chapter 8. We finished about how they were sitting back here serving the sun, and how that was an automatic death sentence. Now let's go to verse 17 and 18.
God. Ezekiel chapter 8 and verse 17. Then he said unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here?
Do they really think this is okay, that they can sit back here and defile their bodies and their spirit and worship these idols on my holy grounds? Read on.
God. For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger. And lo, they put the branch to their nose.
Now what I need you guys to do is go back online, because I want to show you an image of a book that we have that kind of shows you what branch to nose really is. Now this is an image of, like, I think Mayan or Incan people that were putting branch to nose.
Straight up, right? That's straight up.
That's branch to nose, bro.
This is not deniable.
Listen, they were putting branch on top of the incense and the hot boxing with the incense. They were sitting back here and putting entheogens and plants in a pipe form, and they were snorting it. They were putting branch to nose, because that's what it is. They were taking herbs, whatever herbs, they were grinding it up and taking it straight into the nose.
Straight to the brain, bro.
Straight to the brain. And this was when we did our class years ago on entheogens and cannabis and the different type of entheogen items.
And bang.
Because listen, the definition of entheogen is anything. He says the term hallucinogen. He says this is a writer said Ruck argued the term hallucinogen was inappropriate due to his etymological relationship to words relating to delirium and insanity. The term psychedelic was also seen as problematic due to the similarity in sound to words relating to psychosis. He says in modern usage, entheogen may be used synonymously with these terms, or may be chosen to contrast with recreational use of the same substances. So entheogens was used to explain how men and women got high in the process of serving different idols. Okay, so when it was putting branch to nose, this is what branch to nose was. I'm taking plants, I'm grinding up plants, and I'm snorting into my nose.
And for smokers, they understand that that's called a shotgun.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
For those that know, they know.
Yeah.
That's when somebody blows the smoke.
Yeah.
Flips the blood around, blow it right in your nose.
Yeah.
And you inhale it with no filtration through your lungs. You inhale it straight to the nose because you're trying to get the most direct contact that you can get straight to the brain.
I saw, Don Bishop, right, on YouTube, a video of him.
Don Bishop?
Yeah, Magic Wand. And, he didn't put it to his lips. He put the branch to his nose. He put it right to his nose and just, a burning stick of fire stick, right? And he put it right to his nose, bro, just like it was like a chewing gum. Like it was so casual about it. Because that was how they did it back in the day.
Yeah.
His era.
Bro, wow. But this has been going on not just in the 90s or the 2000s. This has been going on since the beginning of time. Branch to the nose. Getting high. Yeah. In the process, with all the burning of the incense, they were putting branch to the nose also. This was a common thing in the worship of deities. We're going to read it.
Or a censer.
The censer is what they used, but they also went harder and went straight to the nose. Other people in the West, They used to take pure liquid nicotine, bro. They were going fast and take pure liquid nicotine and go on their vision quest.
Yep.
This is what they did to tap into to see the spirits. But anyway, in this book called Flesh of the Gods, it said, there can be little doubt that the second half of the 20th century will be remembered as a time when mind-altering or hallucinogenic substances came into increasing use, serious as well as frivolous in sophisticated Western societies. Yet Western civilization's newfound ways of attaining the mystic experience by altering the chemical homeostasis of the body represents nothing new. For thousands of years, primitive societies the world over have used psychomimetic plants for purposes of religious rituals, divination, or magic.
Whether it's DMT or
But the whole point of this is they were putting branch of the nose for the magical purposes, for the purpose of tapping into these idols and worshiping other idols and idolatry and divination. So when you're reading about branch to nose in Ezekiel 8:17, it was for divination and magical purposes. And this is why the Most High was like, why are these people so bold in this move? Why are they so bold sitting back here? Because they knew branch of the nose meant you were tapping into magic.
Yep.
Knew you were tapping into divination. And most of I don't suffer a wish to live.
Yep.
This divination, you weren't supposed to live after doing this kind of stuff. Whether it was sun god worshiping, weeping for Tammuz, putting these creeping images all around the inner court, or burning this incense to the point where you're getting high. It was a portal that was open to idolatry. So this, even for those who want to say that smoking weed is good, smoking weed is still tapping into idolatry. It's still tapping into magic and religious rituals on the left-hand side from the beginning of time. Yes. What you going to say?
It's a verse.
What's that?
It's a verse.
I'll get in a second. But this, so everybody who thinks smoking weed is cool is from the earth, it's a plant. Most High says how he looks at it, you're tapping into idolatry. You can sit back and do it all you want, but I'm telling you how the Most High looks at it.
You call it cool.
God,
you call it fun.
This is my medicine. This is relaxing me.
Yeah. That's how I chill out. You know, I got anxiety.
God.
Calm my nerves.
Yeah. I got that. Yeah, exactly. But Most High is like, listen, all this goes back into divination and magic. Getting high connects specifically with magical influence and magical rituals. Okay? So, was that? Oh, listen. Same thing there. You're still getting high. You're still getting high. Whether I'm taking it for medication or not. I'm still getting high. So, yes. Edibles, smoking, blowing trees, the same damn thing.
Yep.
They separate mind from body.
Because that is what entheogens do. They separate the mind from the body.
And because Joe Rogan says it, doesn't mean it's cool.
He's not a priest, though.
He's not. Yeah, he's a wizard.
Yeah.
Kinda. It says, well, listen, I'm not gonna go into this. We made a class years ago on this. We never really brought it out, but it goes into what the entheogens do, and it separates the body from the spirit. And this is what your yogis did. This is what your East Indians did. You know those East Indians that walk on fire?
Yeah.
How they walk on coals of fire? How they sit back here and lay on a bed of nails? They were high. That's exactly what it was. They were blitzed out of their goddamn mind. Because that's how they were able to meditate at the levels they were able to meditate on. Because they felt that getting high separated the mind from the body. And
also,
you can attach your true spiritual side by doing that. Because they didn't have the Most High. The nations didn't have the Most High, so they used these plants to tap into their spirituality. Well, yeah, but they were able to see spirits. And that a lot of times the purest of the potent stuff, only the priest could maintain. Only the priest could use it. Everybody else couldn't have access to it. So the priest had the access to the most potent drugs. Because their responsibility was to get connected to the spiritual realm.
That's why you got a lot of these European backpackers go to South America, end up dead on some mountainside experimenting with drugs that they have no business dealing with.
In a foreign country.
In a foreign country.
No doubt.
Their parents got to go fly out and pick them up.
It's a shame, bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
But like when the Pilgrims arrived in the 1600s, they said that Gad used to have the Massachusetts, or the Massachusetts, that's where it comes from. The Massachusetts Indians used to have, they're Algonquin people. They would carry a little pouch with a little sling, and they would drink the liquid form of nicotine, and it would be concentrated.
Yeah,
and they would just eat.
That's how they got Vision Quest.
Yeah.
I saw the coyote.
Yeah,
that's
not just that. They said they would do it to take away their pain. It would take the hunger away, because they would go for days with only eating a little pouch of roasted corn. They carry a little pinch of roasted corn and liquid tobacco, and the liquid tobacco would take that damn pain away of not eating. It would suppress the pain. They would numb them. And so a lot of our people also take drugs for the purpose of saying, I'm doing this so I don't want to remember. Or I'm trying to suppress pain. I'm trying to suppress regret. Or I'm trying to suppress things that I've done, and I want to push that in the back of my mind. So I'm going to stay high. I'm going to stay drunk because I don't want to think about these things.
That's the perfect connection to modern day drug use, though.
Yeah.
Because modern day drug use is based off of people self-medicating.
Right.
Versus going through the proper biblical channels to get solutions and
counseling.
Yeah.
Through
That's
counseling,
crazy.
through confession.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Listen, go to Isaiah 66:3. This is the last one Elisha was pulling. This is a good one. Isaiah 66:3.
Isaiah 66 and verse 3. He that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrificeth a lamb is as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offereth an oblation as he offered swine's blood. It's like it. He that offereth an oblation as if he offered swine's blood.
Mm-hmm.
He that burneth incense as if he blessed an idol.
Because that's what the burning of the incense was for. When you was on the left-hand side, you was burning incense to bless an idol. You was burning incense to acknowledge whether it's Astarte, whether it's the sun god. That's what the incense, the strange incense was. It was an acknowledgement of other deities. And that was why the Mosai sat back and killed two of Aaron's sons, because they were burning strange incense in recognition of another deity. It was that simple. Okay, we can't prove what incense it was, but it doesn't matter. Whether it was marijuana or whatever type of
culture was there.
Whatever, because people. The crazy thing is, whether it's people used to sit back here and use poppy seed or poppy plant, and they would sit back and smoke the poppy. It's the same thing. You're disconnecting body from soul, or DMT, or it was
mandrakes.
Mandrakes, the other one. It was mandrakes was used in Europe a lot. Whatever it is, whatever disconnects body from the spirit, body from mind, it's still a cheat. You're still cheating your battle. You're still cheating your battle.
It's still poison.
It's poison, and you're cheating your battle, because we're supposed to fight what's inside of us, mano a mano, not sitting back here and nulling and numbing the senses so I can operate.
Right.
So,
morphine.
Yeah, all that stuff. Well, if you
need it.
Yeah, if you need it for surgery, you need it for surgery. Because even back then, those type of plants were only used in the proper way for surgery purposes, not to get high or to sit back and
recreational use.
It was never meant for that. Recreational use was really for idolatry use or divination use. So, did we finish verse 18 yet in Ezekiel?
No.
Black. Let's read that.
Now, Ezekiel 8 and verse 18. Therefore will I also deal in fury. Mine eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity. And though they cry in mine ears with a loud voice, yet will I not hear them.
Why would the Most High sit back and care about Israel's tears when they're operating like this in the temple? He's like, man, but at least I'm done with these guys. Because this is what's happening. This is why I'm going to destroy it. Next week we'll go into their rebellion and their sidewinding deals with Egypt. That's cool. But this is really why we fell. That desire for idolatry. And if they're doing this, because once again, all the virtuous men, all the virtuous leaders got kicked out and shipped out, along with Ezekiel and Shaphan's people, the good ones, they got shipped out. They knew when Zedekiah was given the option of who to send out, he sent all the virtuous men out and kept all the dirt bags so they can sit back and operate like this with nobody to check them. And this is the result of it. Okay, let's we got a little more. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 1. Let me actually finish this one today. Let me see, maybe. So 2 portions. Jeremiah chapter 8. Can you type it in, Shaswell? Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 1 through 22.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 1.
Have them not how to do it.
They make you edit text. Is that what they want?
Yeah, you got to change the whole thing there. Yeah.
You want 8 and 1?
8, verse 1 through 22. It's different.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah.
I'm with you.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
Okay. So let's get this Jeremiah 8. Let's get that.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 1.
This is us being kings and queens, y'all.
Yeah, this is the kings and queens of our people. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 1. At that time, saith the Most High, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun, and the moon, and all the hosts of heaven, whom they have loved.
Yeah, I'm going to sit back and bring all your dead bodies so you can see the gods that you really served. Is all you people that was serving the gods, sun, moon, stars, quasars, the creatures. And I'm going to bring out all these bodies so you can see the sun, moon, and stars and gods that you serve and see if they defended you or not. Read on, because you love the sun and moon so much. I'm going to let you sit back here and ride out of your graves so the sun and moon can see you. Read on.
And all the hosts of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought.
He says, you guys have been seeking and searching and fighting to serve these idols. The sun, the moon, and the stars. Read on.
And whom they have worshipped.
Mm-hmm.
They shall not be gathered, nor be buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth.
This is all these cats I was in Ezekiel 8, in the darkness, serving and weeping for Tammuz and serving these sun, moon, and stars. You didn't even have a grave out. You're going to get wiped out. And the damn animal's going to sit back and eat at you.
And it's fair.
And it's fair
the
because
blackbirds,
of what...
the buzzards,
yep,
all those foul,
creatures.
They're going to do what they got to do.
Because of what we did. Because of our blatant disrespect to the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Verse 3. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family.
This evil family was this group of people that just didn't love the Most High at all. Like these people that the Most High left. These evil figs the Most High left in Jerusalem. Read on.
Which remain in all the places whither I have driven them, saith the Most High.
And he says, and the ones that don't die are going to be driven all around the world and pushed away. And they're going to be forgotten about. Like he mentioned in Jeremiah 24. Read on.
Verse 4. Moreover, thou shalt say unto them, thus saith the Most High, shall they fall and not arise? Shall they turn away and not return?
The answer is no, they're not going to return.
Yeah,
this wicked root's going to get eradicated. What's that?
Scripture on that, Psalms 37 and 10.
Psalm chapter 37, verse 10.
Yeah,
what's that?
Psalms 37, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be.
He said, it's only going to take a little while. Just keep doing what you're doing. He said, and the wicked shall not what?
And the wicked shall not be.
It won't be long before the Most High said he'll cut off the wicked. Read on.
Yea, thou shalt diligently consider his place.
And you'll ask yourself, man, what happened to that brother?
Yep.
That was a good brother.
Yeah.
Man, what happened to that sister? Man, that was a good sister. What happened to him? You're going to really ask yourself and ponder what went wrong.
And we get those reports every 3 to 5 years. We get those crazy phone calls, those crazy reports.
Yeah.
We be like, damn, that's like, because the person been gone forever. It's like we check up on people.
Yeah.
But you get these insane, crazy, weird
stories
like dog.
Like but like
that one blew me away, bro.
Yeah, like crazy stories about what happened to people that you used to sit in class with all day.
Yeah.
That
blew it off. It wasn't important.
Yeah, they don't take it serious.
We go through the cycle of I'm brand new. I want Jesus. Okay, here's the scriptures. Okay, am I gonna get blessed? Yeah, you're gonna get blessed.
Yeah,
it's Bible.
Yeah. No, but they looking for something else though.
Like I wanted more than just this. Okay, well, keep serving the Most High and make good decisions, make good choices. I don't want to make good choices. Okay, a couple years later, I'm not feeling this Bible thing anymore. Okay, tennis gets weak. Okay, back to the world. Okay, and then you get phone calls.
Yep, weird stories.
What the hell?
Yeah, read. God.
Thou shalt diligently consider his place.
He said, "You really gonna ask yourself, man? That brother had potential. That brother had promise, man.
Hell yeah.
That brother was going somewhere.
Strong in spirit.
That brother had a great spirit when he was on point. He was strong.
Good communicator.
Yeah, great communicator. He was a great influence. A good brother.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very charitable. Very giving. You start saying all the good about the man because the end result don't match how good he was.
Yeah, when you the pause, if you take the freeze frame of the man that the spirit was developing,
right?
But then you see the choice the man chose.
You see what he didn't want to give up.
It says, "In death shall be chosen rather than life." You're like, damn. You want to hear a good story at the end. You want to hear it's good because
you want to hear something good happen.
It's still your sheep. You feel kind of.
Oh, it's still your brother.
Yeah.
And you labor with the brother.
God.
And then you ask yourself, man, what happened to that brother? Read.
Thou shalt diligently consider his place.
Go ahead.
And it shall not be.
And you know what you're gonna find out? Nobody know what happened to him. There's no answer. Yes, sir.
So the theme seems to be they came into it for a blessing, or they came into it because they wanted something on the carnal side.
Not necessarily. They just didn't want to submit. Because ultimately, what the Most High is asking for is our submission.
Yep.
And he wants us to yield. So it's not always just we want something out of it. He just wants his servitude, his thankfulness, his praise, his respect, and his honor.
Well, the ones
and the Most High wants usury.
Yeah.
Listen, the Most High wants usury. Yeah. So what happens is people come in and they're okay with giving at a certain level. Well, then it gets to what we're giving isn't what they want to do anymore.
Because Paul said, if I sow unto you spiritual, shall I not reap your what? Your carnal. But a lot of men want the spiritual, but they don't want to give up the what?
The carnal.
They don't want to give up the carnal. I still want to have my life.
Yeah.
I want what the Most High has to give me, but I want options also.
Yeah.
I want freedom too. I want liberty to go with it, and I want blessings. So, but that's where it's unequal. That's where it's an uneven exchange at, because we'll be all takers and no givers.
Yeah.
I'll take whatever the Most High has to give me, but when it comes to actually volunteering myself, I can't be found.
A free will offering.
Yeah, a free will offering. So it's not necessarily just, I'm expecting something, but a lot of us do, in the back of our minds, have an expectation. But it's an uneven expectation, because we want what the Most High has to give us as a blessing, but when it comes to actually being observant what He wants, what He cares about brotherhood, He cares about fellowshipping, He cares about camaraderie, He cares about laboring together. We don't want to do that. I want to do me. You know what I'm saying? I want what I want.
Yeah.
And so then that's the imbalance. But He said that man will not be found. Like we read about these kings that they start off, you know what I'm saying, and they just disappear. And nobody knows what happened to him. Like Jehoiakim. Nobody really know what happened.
Josephus don't know.
No, Josephus don't know.
Some guys some people got thrown in chains in Babylon. The other guy said niggas dead out in front of. He got thrown over the damn
the wall.
Nobody know.
Nobody know what happened.
But they do know it was a dishonorable way out.
Yep.
He went out bad
in an unknown manner.
Kinda, and he's forgotten.
Yeah, and that's what the Most High said He does to those that don't submit. He just make them disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's his name? Hoffa.
Yeah.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy Hoffa.
It's under the New York Jets.
Yeah,
Stadium.
nobody know where Jimmy Hoffa's at. He got cement shoes somewhere.
Yeah, he's sleeping with the fishes
He's
somewhere.
sleeping with the fishes. He under the earth. Read.
Thou shalt diligently consider his place.
He said you gonna diligently consider his place. Read.
And it shall not be.
And you ain't gonna know what happened to that man. That man's a mystery.
Yeah.
That man has so much promise. He has so much potential.
This is the original Unsolved Mysteries. Then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wicked people. Right?
Read.
Verse 11. But the meek shall inherit the earth.
And what did Christ say in Matthew chapter 5? He said he gonna give the earth to who? The meek. Read.
Wow.
But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace.
He said because what they enjoy is what? Peace. Read.
The wicked plotteth against the just.
Go ahead.
And gnasheth upon him with his teeth.
And we was reading about Zedekiah. Zedekiah was like a lion in the house. That's how we started the class.
Yeah.
Zedekiah was a lion in the house. He was all take and no give. It was all one-sided. Everything was one-sided. It's about me receiving from the people. And that's why he said, the wicked do what? They plotted against the just, and they do what?
And gnasheth upon him with his teeth.
Read on.
The Most High shall laugh at him.
But the Most High has a sense of humor. Because how long is he going to strive with man?
Not forever.
Not forever. So that's why the Most High gets the last laugh. The wicked never get the last laugh. They never do. The last laugh belongs to the Father. Because he's the one to say, you know what? Right when you thought you were at your apex and you was at your best and you was having the most fun, I took you out. Read.
The Most High shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming.
It said, for he seeth that his day is coming. But what has this man been doing the whole time before the Most High finally says, I'm going to cut your lights out? Read.
The wicked have drawn out the sword and have bent their bow to cast down the poor and needy.
Who have they been ill-treating and mistreating the whole time?
The poor and needy.
They've had no compassion. They've had no mercy. They had no desire to look out for the poor and needy. They've been looking out for themselves.
Yeah.
So the Most High said, I'm going to cut that man lights out.
Yes, sir.
Read.
And to slay such as be of upright conversation.
That's it. He said, but what's going to happen? Verse 15.
Their sword shall enter into their own heart.
The Most High makes everybody fall upon their own traps. The sword the damage that I thought that I was going to induce on others, I fall victim to that same sword. That same treatment, actually, I die by the same treatment that I wish to do with other people. So the joke's always on me. You know what I'm saying? The joke's on the wicked. And the Most High gets the last laugh. He said, the sword shall fall upon what?
Into their own heart.
Read.
And their bows shall be broken.
And the Most High said their bows, which represents their weaponry, their strength, their might, shall be what?
Broken.
He said Most High going to break them. And that's why we're reading about Zedekiah.
Couple right here. Psalm 69, verse 22. Because that sword represents a person's natural strength.
Psalm 69, verse 22.
This is the same dynamic. This is a person's natural ability. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is their ability to take care of themselves. Let's find it. Read it.
Psalm 69, verse 22. Let their table become a snare before them.
A table represents stability, and a table represents the ability for a person to feed himself. So where I'm feeding myself and where I find stability, most times I turn my stability and the way I feed myself into a trap. It's a spiritual trap. Read.
And that which should have been for their welfare.
If you had let the Most High bless you and be your stability, it would have been for your welfare. Right? But because it's not a spiritual table, it's a carnal table, or it's a table in rebellion.
A selfish table.
It's a selfish table. A self-serving table is not going to be for your welfare in the end. Read.
That which should have been for their welfare, let it become a trap.
It's just really a trap. For the spirit and then for the flesh. Read on.
Let their eyes be darkened.
Let the eyes be what?
Darkened.
Your eyes are your ability to perceive, your perception. When people step further and further away from the spiritual power of the Most High, further and further away from class, further and further away from study ethic, further and further away from counsel, their eyes or their ability to perceive becomes darkened. They lose the ability to make good decisions. Read.
Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not, and make their loins continually to shake.
Now you're going to deal with fear because now you're making choices, and guess what? You don't have any counsel. You don't have any direction. You don't have any angles. And your power, your idol that you've been praying to, feeding, imagining, your vision boards, none of that's working, bro. Those hours aren't working. Those hours were just work was trying to pull you from God. That's all I want to pull for that.
And on that point, Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 10, on that point that we just brought out, just that alternative lifestyle that I choose to live, that it's a trap in the end. It's a setup.
Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 10.
I'm so tempted. I'm just so tempted.
10 through 13. God.
Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 10. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt show this people all these words, and they shall say unto thee, wherefore hath the Most High pronounced all this great evil against us?
Because we have a case of amnesia.
Yeah.
We always forget why the Most High is angry at us, or why the Most High is against me. We get amnesia quick. We hardly ever remember why the Most High doesn't make our way prosperous. He said, so we come and ask the Most High, why has the Most High pronounced all this evil against us? Like the Most High got it out for us. Read on.
Yep. Or what is our iniquity?
And what have we done wrong? Because our people act like they never know what they did wrong. Read.
Or what is our sin?
They smoking weed, bang. They serving idols, insects, statues, sharing poles, fertility goddesses, sun gods, moon gods, all superstition rituals. Oh, but we never know what we do wrong. Read.
Or what is our sin that we have committed against the Most High our power?
Go ahead.
Then shalt thou say unto them, because your fathers have forsaken me, saith the Most High, and have walked after other gods.
So sometimes you got to live a life of punishment because of what your fathers did.
Mm-hmm. That's real.
Sometimes you're living out a generational curse.
Yep.
Read on.
And have served them.
And I'm gonna say a generation curse in the truth.
Yeah.
Just because you're in the truth don't mean you breaking free of some of these curses. Sometimes you have the same missions in yourself that you never fixed from the world, and your life is crappy because of the generation curse you haven't broken in yourself.
Yep. And God says, and those parental figures pass down their skeptical nature. Huh? They pass down their distrustful nature.
Ways of worshiping the Most High.
They pass down their toxic, corrosive opinions. They pass down their, you take this and this and this, you skip this and this. I want to skip steps. Jews are great for skipping steps. Perfect step skippers. But then they want the whole full spectrum of blessing from the Father. And because my elder did it or my parent did it, then I have the same right. I have to read the Bible for myself and change for myself. I'm just going to follow what they did and not study and want a better product.
God. Read on.
And have walked after other gods and have served them.
And the Most High's answer is what? This is why your life is the way it is, because you seek alternatives. And that's all of our people. It may not be as obvious as erecting a Star Tape pole.
Yeah.
But there's somewhere in our life where we're seeking alternatives. It may not be as obvious as lighting some incense up,
a branch,
or putting a branch to the nose, but somewhere we're seeking some alternatives other than what the Most High has provided. Read.
And have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, and have not kept my law.
Read.
And ye have done worse than your fathers.
And if you let the Most High tell us, we did worse than our fathers. Read. Because we should know better. All the things that we seen our parents go through, we should have known from their lives that wasn't the life.
Right.
We should have learned from their mistakes that life wasn't worth living. As if we didn't see our families and our loved ones make buku mistakes, and the Most High bring the hammer down on them. Read on.
For behold, ye walk every one after the imagination of his evil heart.
And that's where we're doing worse than our fathers, because we got our own ways, we got our own opinions, we have our own directions, and we have our own imaginations, like that vision board. I got my own vision board at the house.
Yep.
Read.
That they may not hearken unto me. Therefore will I cast you out of this land, and into a land that ye know not, neither ye nor your fathers, and there shall ye serve other gods day and night, where I will not show you favor.
He said, and I will not show you what?
Favor,
man. That favor is kindness. The Most High said, I'm going to put you in a land where you're not going to get no kindness, man. You last hired, first fired. You mad because you always got a glass ceiling. Every job you get, there's always that glass ceiling that you can't break through.
Maybe that's the Lord put that on you.
That's the Most High put that cap on the how high you can get.
The ceiling on your skin color.
Yeah.
This is my skin color.
Yeah.
No,
in 2023.
It's the curses, bro, that you haven't fixed and fought in you. You good with that?
Yeah, that's it.
Let's go back to Jeremiah 8 and let's finish this up. I think it's 8 and 4, right?
Okay.
Read that.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 4. Moreover, thou shalt say unto them, thus saith the Most High, shall they fall and not arise? Shall he turn away and not return?
Read on.
Why then is this people of Jerusalem slidden back by a perpetual backslider?
It's a very good question. Why are we perpetually falling backwards? Why are we perpetually taking steps back? You know, Israel, we're known for taking one good step forward, 2 steps back. 1/2 step forward, 3 steps back. That is our nature, right? Why is Israel constantly taking backward steps and not progressing and growing forward? Read on.
They hold fast deceit.
Because they lie to themselves all the time. That's why we can't push forward. That's why we can't grow, because we're constantly lying to ourselves. We constantly tell ourselves we're doing good, we're growing, we're okay. We're always giving ourselves these whack, positive affirmations when we don't have proper assessments of what we are and who we are.
I'm doing everything I can do.
No, you're not. You're not. But we lie so much. This is why we keep backsliding. Because we're liars. Come on. Read on.
They hold fast deceit. They refuse to return.
Because they keep telling themselves it's okay. They're doing okay. They're going to be okay. Put my heart into it. I'm not going to sit back and figure out what I'm doing wrong. I'm just going to say, man, I'm just going to pick up. I'm going to get myself back together and move forward. I'm not going to let this fall change me. I'm not going to let this stumble change me. I'm going to stay strong. People say it all the time. Just watch Facebook.
Still standing.
People every damn day sitting back here on Facebook talking about how they ain't going to let this adversity get them down. They're going to sit back and be strong. Never sitting back and say, what the hell am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? It's always this person in a relationship. It's always this guy. On to the next one.
Oh, it's haters. It's the haters.
It's haters. It's haters.
The narcissist.
The narcissist.
Oh, you're not doing nothing right until you got haters. Right?
Exactly.
Now you know you're doing right.
Oh my gosh! And they put the latest guy in the movie that was pretty cool. That got some like love. Then they put him smoking a cigar and saying the haters are gonna always be out there. Let the haters hate. You keep pushing forward. Like, get out of here with these lame memes, They're jokes, Everybody got to feel good about themselves to elevate themselves and not see what's the sickness in you that keeps having you fall. That's the lie. And they refuse to turn back to their power. What gets us strong? What keeps us potent? Read on. And that's following the laws and being accountable for our actions. Read on.
Verse 6. I hearkened and heard, but they spake not aright.
Jeremiah, I'm keep trying to listen to see where their head is at, but they're not speaking right. They're not speaking clearly. They're not speaking accountably. Read on.
No man repented him of his wickedness.
Nobody takes ownership of their negative. He says, I'm listening and I'm listening. I'm talking to one group of people, another group of people. I keep listening to their story. But nobody owns up to their negative. Nobody says, man, I keep doing this sun god shit, bro. I weep for Tammuz, man. I let my girl weep for Tammuz, bro. I didn't like that. I didn't like that shit, bro. I didn't like this shit for Tammuz. I kind of regretted the decision. Bro, my dude.
So crap's like, didn't grow that much.
It wasn't worth it.
You got a little.
I got a little bit extra grain. I got two more cows. It was really worth it.
Got 2 extra cows, some tomatoes, a couple cucumbers.
That's not worth it.
A little bit more barley.
It's not enough, bro. It's not enough. So he says, read verse 6 again.
Verse 6. I hearkened and heard, but they spake not aright. No man repented him of his wickedness, saying, What have I done?
Nobody's like that. What have I done for the Most High to sit back and turn his back on me? Read on.
Everyone turned to his course, as the horse rusheth into the battle.
You know, and that's Judah.
Yep.
Pure confidence. I'm pushing forward.
No matter what.
Full steam ahead. Confidence. I got the new scheme. I got the new hustle. I got this new hustle, this new angle, and I'm talking about, I'm hyping it up. I'm full of confidence, full of spirit. That ain't, I know I ain't shit that work, but this gonna work. This gonna work, B. We're gonna make this pop.
All money in.
Yeah. We going all in. We're gonna talk about, you hear about this new thing I got going on? This is what's going on. Yeah. We're all hype, all spirit, but never like that. Is the Most High with me? Is the Most High with my endeavors? There's none of that type of thinking going on.
I can see it working though.
I can see it. I can see the hustle. Anyway, this is our people. How is this not our people? Read on.
Verse 7. Yea, the stork in the heaven knoweth her appointed time.
Listen, the birds know when it's time for them to sit back and fly. When it's time for them to leave when it's cold, go from one place to another. They understand their responsibilities.
They do all things decently and in order.
Just like in Isaiah, the ox knows his master's crib. They know when it's time to come home. The birds know where they're supposed to go at certain seasons of the year. They know where their nest is. Read on.
And the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the time of their coming.
Even the turtle, bro.
Kinda. Read on.
But my people know not the judgment of the Most High.
We don't know the Most High. We don't know what our purpose is. We don't ever contemplate why the Most High doesn't honor us. We just sit back here because we're not being honest. Let me double down and find my happiness somewhere else.
Let me force my happiness.
I'm going to manufacture my desire.
Yep. And what he's doing is Job chapter 12, verse 11. Read that right quick. Job chapter 12 and verse 7. I'm sorry, 7.
Job chapter 12, verse 7.
Yes, sir. Read that.
Is it do something?
12, 7 and 8.
Okay.
Job chapter 12, verse 7.
Go ahead.
But ask now the beasts.
And that's why we're reading this now. He said, man, the crane know, the birds know,
the turtle know, even as slow as he's moving. He knows where to go.
Yeah.
He knows where to go.
They know how to go back home.
Yeah.
And when you watch documentaries, the sea turtle is amazing. They sea turtles lay eggs on the beach, and then they hatch, they get in the ocean, and they don't come back until it's time for them to lay eggs. But they come back to the same beach they were born on. How do they know to come back to the same beach they were born on? He said, but even the turtle know how to come back home. He said, but ask the what?
But ask now the beasts.
He said, but ask now the beasts, the animals, the creatures. Go ahead.
And they shall teach thee.
He said, damn, if you can't learn from the Bible, then you need to watch, like, Nature Channel or something.
National Geographic.
Watch National Geographic, bro.
Israel wants to be everybody but being a Jew.
Yep.
Listen, the Jews want the perks of being a Jew, but they don't want to be what it takes to be responsible enough to be the Jew. Be who you're supposed to be. Play the role of the righteous. Stop playing the villain role. That's what he said. Be who you're supposed to be.
I'm not the villain, dog.
Listen, you don't see turtles trying to be dogs.
Yeah.
You don't see cats trying to be dogs. What's going on? Right. We're the only idiots that's trying to be somebody that we're not.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
They're wicked. That's what this is. That's what it is, man. We play the role of the wicked pretty well. Read?
Kinda.
But that's not our role.
We exceed the wicked.
Yeah.
In wickedness.
Crazy.
Keep going.
Read?
I'm gonna say Edomites. I'm the real Edomite.
Keep going.
And the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee.
It says the animals will tell you how to go back home. Read?
Or speak to the earth.
It said, ask the earth. Let the earth, ask the earth, the insects. Study the ant. Look at the ant. How do they stay blessed? Read on.
Or speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee.
Go ahead.
And the fishes of the sea.
Go talk to the dolphins. Become the dolphin whisperer or something. Speak to the sea aquatic animals. Go to SeaWorld. He said, do something. You got Samu. Yeah, he'll teach you something, right? He'll teach you how to communicate, because whales communicate with each other.
Yes, they do.
You don't communicate. He said, teach thee. Go ahead.
The fishes of the sea shall declare unto thee.
They said, damn, if you can't learn from the Bible, learn from somewhere. But that's how bad our people are. We don't know how to come back home, which is what he's saying in Jeremiah chapter 8. You can let that go. Go back to Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 5.
Let's skip no, it's 7.
7.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 7. Yea, the stork in the heaven knoweth her appointed times, and the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the time of their coming. But my people know not the judgment of the Most High.
Read on.
How do ye say, we are wise?
How do you say you're wise?
Damn.
We walk around, we also want the wisdom. But what good is the wisdom if you can't use it for yourself and overcome what's inside of you? It doesn't make any sense. We always want wisdom and we're in books and reading books and books and books, but we can't fight the negative inside of us. He's like, why do you guys keep saying you're wise? How do you say it?
Oh, I'm good.
Or I'm good, I'm on point.
Yeah.
Wow, how can you operate so boldly and so confidently when you have a trail of negative in you that you haven't fixed?
A lot of denial.
And that's what he says, they're full of deceit. They hold fast deceit. So in a way, how can you keep this front up? How can you keep the front like you're wise, but you're full of negative in you? If that's not Israel, I don't know who it is. I mean, it's like you talk to, they act like they got everything together, right?
A mastermind.
They think they got everything together, but they're falling apart from the seams on the inside. Jeremiah, how do you do it? How do you play this act like everything's good when you know that you're about to fall and this whole place is about to fall? How do you act like everything's good? Read on.
How do you say, we are wise, and the law of the Most High is with us?
Golly, how do you act like the Most High is with you when you're operating so out of pocket with the Heavenly Father?
Front.
But that's it. Israel is the king of front.
Yeah. Front.
Read on.
Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain.
Because the scribes are sitting back here and operating like they're with the Most High. Everybody's lying. Everybody's just going about their business, playing a role, knowing they're disconnected from the Heavenly Father. Read on.
The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken.
You know why the wise men are in Babylon? But everybody's acting like everything's good in Jerusalem.
Good times.
Read on.
Lo, they have rejected the word of the Most High. And what wisdom is in them?
How do you have wisdom when you've rejected the word? When you're not changing?
Well, you know, because my night life don't match my day life.
That's why.
You know, my church life don't match my home life.
Kind of, bro.
I'm one way at church, but I'm another way at home.
Kind of.
And there's this, you know, this disconnection.
Bro, but you're playing, you're fronting like everything's good. Read on.
Verse 10. Therefore will I give their wives unto others.
That's scary, bro. He said, because you want to sit back and live this lie, I'm going to sit back and make your home hell. Read on.
And their fields to them that shall inherit them.
Damn, bro. Read on.
For every one from the least even unto the greatest is given to covetousness.
Because it's about what you want and not service.
Kind.
We always say it. It's more about your object, your desire for the object, more than it is your desire to submit.
And this is where idolatry always is fed and nurtured. And that's why we love the sun, the moon, the stars, and the creeping things, because they represent the covetousness that's inside of you.
Yeah. They're not wicked. The ants ain't wicked. The stars ain't wicked.
But it's our manipulation of it to feed our covetous ways. Read on.
From the prophet even unto the priest, everyone dealeth falsely.
He says from the top to the bottom, everybody's lying and they're faking it, and they're not serious about change. Read on.
For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly.
Stop. He says the people that are hurting, the people that are suffering are slightly healed. How do you slightly heal somebody? Read on.
Saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace.
A lot of times when you sit back and tell people what they want to hear, you tell yourself that you're doing them a service.
You're putting a Band-Aid on a bleeding wound.
And that's the point. Because I sit back here and tell you fun, awesome, light, encouraging words. That's not what your spirit needs.
It's about
it might slightly make you feel good for the moment. But what a person really needs to hear is the truth. Mm-hmm. And the truth hurts and it's uncomfortable. It makes people feel all awkward and weird. But that's what a person needs versus telling somebody some peaceful, light-hearted answer gives a person a temporary comfort so they can keep moving and destroying themselves even more.
Prophesying those smooth things to people.
So and what that ends up doing is destroying them down the line. So you're better off telling somebody the truth and creating that discomfort than just BSing them.
Open rebuke is better than secret love.
And that's the point. So when you tell people peace, 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 when the peace ain't coming, because that's what these prophets and these leading men were saying. Everything's going to be okay. Draconia is coming back really soon. Babylon's never going to come back and fight us anymore. It's going to be okay. Act like everything's okay. The people, let's stop panicking. We're gonna get through this. Let's not stress out on this.
So is it safe to say?
Let's tap back into normalcy.
Yeah.
Normalcy.
Yeah. So is it safe to say that we tune into that spirit of King Zedekiah, and we tap into being a denial, being I don't make the word up. Denial.
A lot of times we self-soothe. We self-soothe, so we don't have to feel that pressure to change.
Yeah, we're living because y'all went earlier about spirit of urgency.
Yes.
And how we just push urgency all the time.
Yes.
And you say from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock you got to change. That's some mentality you need to have. But people don't like the discomfort and the anxiety behind that.
Yeah.
But that spirit of denial is accompanied with idolatry. They're accompanied together. I need a covering, but not of his spirit. I need protection, but not.
I need to feel
spirit.
ease,
Yeah.
so I don't have to feel the pressure and responsibility to make these adjustments inside of me. Let's keep going. Verse 12.
Verse 12. Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination?
No, they were not. Read on.
Nay, they were not at all ashamed. Neither could they blush.
Can I help on that? The blush is when I get counsels and I feel no shame after counsels. That's the no blush. Blush is supposed to be I'm a little ashamed. I'm a little embarrassed.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Brother, will we have a full out counsel, a one-on-one counsel, or brother will be spot on, or brother will at least be in the neighborhood. And you know his neighborhood. You saying give him all the information because you don't want to get pegged 100%.
Yeah.
You're playing the vague game.
Yeah.
But you know they're in the arena. And you know the Spirit's putting his finger on you. The Spirit's putting his finger on you. The Most High is not with you. You can feel it and you know it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to blush. I don't want to be ashamed. So I'm going to block the counsel and walk out with a stale face and just go to my phone or go to my computer screen or go into a distraction so that I can wake up tomorrow and forget I ever heard these words and I haven't heard anything about my conduct, so I don't have to change. That's that not showing shame spirit.
Or just it'll just the counsel will go one end out the other.
Yeah.
You know, I won't even take it into consideration because you know it didn't mean nothing to me. That whole counsel it didn't really mean nothing. It didn't change my situation.
Okay.
So because it didn't change my current situation, I didn't take it too well. You know, the counsel was supposed to give me correction is supposed to make me at least feel bad.
Yeah.
You know, I got to make you feel bad. You know, for what you do wrong
and fix it.
And fix it. A broken and contrite heart, the Most High said He will never despise. A contrite heart is one that feels regretfully sorrowful for one's actions as to not repeat them.
Yes, sir.
So I'll make sure that I won't ever do. I feel bad to where I won't have that thought no more. I feel bad to where I don't do those deeds no more.
Right.
But the Most High said we won't even feel bad. I don't even feel bad for being negative. I don't feel bad. The Most High is like that. You won't even blush. You don't even feel bad at all for being negative. How do you numb your conscience to where you don't feel bad for being negative?
That's crazy.
Then what do you tell yourself?
That's a real good question.
It's all good.
Well,
so can I get somebody?
Or they'll say this guy's overboard.
Yeah.
Jeremiah's overboard. The other prophets said it wasn't going to be bad. This is how they neutralize it.
It's personal. It's personal war.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got a problem with me.
Yeah. That's what it is. Well, let's keep going. We got a little bit more to go. Where are we at? 13?
We didn't finish 12.
Let's finish 12.
Middle of verse 12. Therefore shall they fall among them that fall. In the time of their visitation they shall be cast down, saith the Most High.
Because Israel just don't want to see that they have to fix things. So they'll keep the lie up until they can't keep it up anymore. And the Most High just drops them and breaks them. Read on.
I will surely consume them, saith the Most High. There shall be no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree.
You know what that means? There's no sustenance. There's no more way. You have no more the ability to soothe yourself. There's no soothing going to happen. You're unsoothable now.
You know, I'm just going to keep breaking you down.
All the alcohol, I don't feel any better. All the smoking, I don't feel any better. All the sex, I don't feel any better. All the sleep, I don't feel any better. All the quitting, I don't feel better. All my friends talk to me and give me something I want to hear, and I'm hearing it, I know it's all bullshit, and I don't feel any better. I don't feel good now. Now people say I'm in a deep depression. What? Deep depression, a lot of that is you ran out of figs, bro. You're running out of grapes. You're running out of something. You're running out of something to satiate your thirst and your desires, to give you contentment, because you rejected the real grapes and the spiritual figs for carnal.
And based on those good figs and those bad figs, those good figs were able to take correction. The bad figs couldn't take no correction.
Kinda. I know. Let's keep going.
There should be no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf shall fade, and the things that I have given them shall pass away from them.
Read on.
Verse 14. Why do we sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter into the defense cities, and let us be silent there.
He said, why are we sitting back here and operating comfortably? Why don't we sit back here and enter the defense cities and be silent? Silent in prayer, silent in reflection, silent in our solemnity.
Yeah.
Let's sit back here and look back and think about how we can please the Heavenly Father. Yeah. This is the mindset we're supposed to be in before we fall. Read on.
For the Most High, our power, hath put us to silence and given us water of gall to drink, because we have sinned against the Most High.
We don't want to sit back and look upon the fact that our actions have consequence. So because we don't want to operate like our thoughts and our actions have consequence, we want to forget about it and just focus on prosperity. And you want to listen to counselors that tell you everything's going to be okay. There's always going to be a marker for somebody that tells you what you want to hear.
Yeah, it's
always. There's going to always be a marker for it.
There's a church that's going to tell you that. There's a religion that's going to tell you that.
There are camps that tell you that.
There's a senator, a congressman that's going to tell you that.
Yep.
There's always somebody going to tell you that.
Ghana. But let's keep going.
Verse 15. We looked for peace, but no good came. And for a time of health, and behold, trouble.
Ghana.
Now I'm happy. Where's God? I've been a Jew for this many years. They didn't say they're wicked for that. Nope. They are disagreeing for that many years. They said, I've been Israelite for this many years.
Brother.
Why is it working out?
God.
I went to Sabbath.
Ghana.
Read on.
The snorting of his horses was heard from Dan.
The snorting of the nation's horses, the snorting of Babylonian horses was heard all the way from Dan. Dan is the northernmost tip of Israel. You're like, man, you've been listening. How did you not hear the end was close? How did you not hear? How can you not pick up on the fact that the end was right around the corner? Read on.
The whole land trembled at the sound of the name of its strong ones. For they are come and have devoured the land, and all that is in it, the city, and those that dwell therein.
Kinda. Read on.
For behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices, among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you, saith the Most High.
Listen, I don't know if this he must be saying he going to send serpents to bite us in the midst of this damn being besieged. I don't know how the hell it's going to happen.
Well, because we got serpents sit on us in Leviticus, or in the Exodus, because we're negative.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We got negative. The Most High we had an opinion. The Most High brought up those same cockatrices, them same serpents that had the fire poison.
Kinda.
You know what I'm saying? Because the mindset is negative and contaminated.
I won't be all super deep, but it says be wise as serpents, right? So we know we might have a snake bite us, but we're dealing with people that turn to serpents. They give you alternative wisdom.
Yeah.
They give you alternate paths, alternate angles, and the Most High is letting that serpent bite you because now you're trusting in bad counsel.
And he's like, now these charmers, there's nobody to charm these serpents. Well, let's give verse 18. Let's finish this out. 18 to 22.
Verse 18. When I would comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is faint in me.
Because this isn't the time to be comfortable. Jeremiah is like, this ain't the time to be comfortable. He understands this is the time of stress. Read on.
Behold, the voice of the cry of the daughter of my people, because of them that dwell in a far country.
Jeremiah can't get past the fact of the inevitable doom that's coming to hit Israel. Everybody else is smiling and comfortable. Read on.
Is not the Most High in Zion? Is not her king in her? Why have they provoked me to anger with their graven images and with strange vanities?
There you go. We talked about all those strange vanities in Ezekiel 8. Read on.
The harvest is past. The summer is ended, and we are not saved.
Con.
For the hurt of the daughter of my people am I hurt. I am black. Astonishment have taken hold on me.
This verse is not about color. The end. Come on, man. This is about astonishment. You can't pull this verse on the street, all right? Do not pull this verse, try to pull color. Because it's not in context. And anybody with half a brain is like, nah, bro, you're really forcing this one, sir. You're forcing this one. This was a verse I never pulled in color, bro. I'm not doing this. Because I'm going to get destroyed. Anybody with some half a thought, I'm like, come on. Can we read up to verse 1 and read down? And if we read from verse 1 now, this has nothing to do with black color, right? Listen, the conduct of our people proved more of our people than that verse.
Yeah.
How we're acting, how we were nonchalant about the inevitability of our fall explains more about us than verse 21. Right. But let's keep going.
Verse 22. Is there no balm in Gilead?
There's no balm in Gilead that's going to heal the sickness of our people. There's not any topical ointment that's going to get Israel to change how they think. Israel's stubborn. We don't listen. And we wonder why the Most High ain't with us. Read on.
Is there no physician there? Why then is it not the health of the daughter of my people recovered?
We saying peace all day.
You know, the problem is this. We keep lying to ourselves, but we're gravely sick.
Yeah.
And there was no remedy that Jeremiah could come up with to fix this sickness.
That's like a person going to the doctor, and the doctor says you have cancer, and they keep smoking cigarettes.
That happens all the time. That happens all the time.
It's going to be all right, man.
Bro, let's keep having good times.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, something?
No, that's it. Well, I did, but I think that's it.
Yeah, I think we kind of did it.
Yeah.
Are there any questions? Statements? I think that we got through it. We got through it all day, thank goodness. And we'll have more next week about Zedekiah. But I want to go this week on the idolatry and really focus on that Ezekiel 8 to really paint a picture as to why the Most High turned his back on us. Even though he gave us 11 more years to figure it out, we still didn't figure it out. So all the other diminishing and the falling and the breaking down of the city and them trying to reestablish a relationship with Egypt, that was just how the Most High set us up. But he set us up because of this wicked idolatry we're tapping into still.
And it shows how fair and merciful the Most High is.
Yep.
So that all that Most High and fair is a lie.
He gave us time.
Because he gave straight idol worshippers time.
Yeah. Wicked idol worshippers time to get it right, and we didn't get it right. All right. Yes, sir?
Was this those customs some of the things that they took from Egypt? Like prior?
It wasn't just Egypt. It was Egypt, and it was all the neighboring countries around us. You understand? Ahab did this. It was the ones who really started going left.
I think I'm more so specifically talking about the pictures they were putting up.
I'm saying it wasn't just Egypt, because they're changing the names of these gods. Tammuz wasn't the name of the god in Egypt. That was Adonis. No, it was Osiris. My point is this, is that as the names kept changing and evolving, they kept picking up on these different idols around the surrounding countries. So it was the Canaanite people. It was the Philistines' religions. It was the Tyrian Zidonian religion. Don't forget, it started going downhill for Judah when Jehoshaphat, which is a righteous king, started mingling himself with Ahab up north. And then his son married Ahab's daughter.
Yep.
And Ahab's daughter came down to the southern kingdom and started bringing those idols, the Zidonian gods, into Jezebel's daughter and Zidonian gods into the southern kingdom. Then it started just being a trickle-down effect from there. Then Ahab was wicked. Other guys were wicked too, but Ahab was really bad, where he closed the doors of the temple. Then Hezekiah came in and did it right. Then after Hezekiah died, Manasseh came in and took it to the worst level ever.
As a group, we were inconsistent.
Huh?
We had good individuals at times, but our works overall as a group equaled.
So I'm going to say Manasseh really took it to the next level and reintroduced all of these idols at a large level. Because Ahab you even got to read about Jeroboam in the northern kingdom. He brought in idolatry, but it was more about establishing graven images. Jeroboam said that the powers that got you out of Egypt were these calves. He said the calves did it. So he was pushing graven imagery. But it evolved into flat-out idolatry with Ahab. In the south, it came into full-blown idolatry with Ahab and Manasseh. They took it to the next level. And then Josiah tried to do the reforms, but like Jeremiah said, the sin of Manasseh is what took us down this path.
Right.
So it was that influence that broke us, and we kept it going even through Ezekiel to the end.
And so whoever was the leading power at the time, we locked into their gods.
Okay?
You know, whether it's the Greeks, the Romans. By the time we get to was it Josephus? Second Maccabees. He said we went to the Greeks to ask for license to sin.
Yeah.
To be uncircumcised or to be recircumcised.
And we had that class about what it did and the images. It was gross.
Yeah.
Remember that uncircumcised boy, man? Oh my God!
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Was that?
I see in my head.
You said what?
Yeah, the Jolly Rancher pit with the string tied around.
Yeah,
the
bro. Yeah.
So, but whoever was the leading power at the time, we wanted to lock into their culture.
Yeah. And because it was about the benefit. You followed the God that gave you the benefit. And then you reenacted the action to get the benefit. And you had, and to do that, you had to sit back and destroy your spirit and compromise your spirit to do that. And that's what the Most High was pissed off about us with. But it was really at its crescendo with Manasseh in the south. And we just kept going, and we couldn't completely break that. Remember Josiah was doing all those reformations, but the people were still doing it underground, and nobody knew about it. It was still happening when Josiah was in power. Anyway, with that, we're going to sit back and shut it down. Amajim Wapunya Yerushalayim.
Rise and face the east. Rise and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahushai.
In the name of Yahushai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahushua come quickly.
Yahushua come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the light to see.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Rakhtay Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Shaman. Zayaf. Ramashak. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalm 32. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy word.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Amahawa.
Amahawa.
Laduwa.
Laduwa.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma.
Ma.
Tawa.
Tawa.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawa.
Hatawa.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Arash.
Arash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Manawathiwa.
Manawathiwa.
Katar.
Katar.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Aroya.
Aroya.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayaya.
Kayaya.
Ayin.
Ayin.
Havalam.
Havalam.
Basham Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirt of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Basham Yahushua.
Yahweh Basham Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakano.
Rakano.
Rashwali.
Rashwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakano.
Rakano.
Rashwali.
Rashwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakano.
Rakano.
Rashwali.
Rashwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakano.
Rakano.
Rashwali.
Rashwali.
Rabiyah.
Rabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Barak Thy Yahweh.
Barak Thy Yahweh.
Barak Thy Yahushua.
Barak Thy Yahushua.
Barak Thy Yahweh.
Barak Thy Yahweh.
Barak Thy Yahushua.
Barak Thy Yahushua.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The word.
The word.
From Yah.
From Yah.
Amen.
Amen.
Circle up. Paul, you want to do it? You want to do it? Come on up. Paul, you want to do it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Come on up.
Saluted out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, wa Yahushua, wa kol Yasha'alah, men of Israel, Mother. Rock.
Yahweh Basham Yahushua.
Come here, sir.
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 Guys at the top, turn and face the sisters. Sisters, please stand. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajah. The rock.
Yahweh Shema Basham Yahushua. Yes, from the top. Dismiss. Voila. All right, Israel. See y'all on Monday, all right? Y'all take care.